What's up to the chat? What's up to the chat? What's up, fellas? Appreciate you guys coming out tonight for Talk Shit Tuesday. Shout out to the Shark Tank. What's up, fellas? You know, I've been sitting here getting things together. I've been trying to get here, get them early people up in here. And big shout out to my man 614 Tree. Before the line took off, fam. I see you, fam. First one in. So I'm gonna pick it up from what I can see. You know, don't let me go so far back. So everybody make sure they get that quick shout out. Shout out to my man Styles Kennels in the house. What's up, fam? Yo, Vinny! Yo, Vinny, what up, fam? My man Bike and Family LG in the house. My man Schools in the house. What's up, fam? My man SBO Kennels in the house. What's up, fam? I want to give a special shout out to my man SBO Kennels. My man did a super chat Friday, and I couldn't get a chance to go through it because my man Ice, he didn't have, you know, he wasn't on the video. He couldn't see the screen. So today, before we get started, we're going to take care of that super chat SBO. And we're going to open the show up and we're going to talk about it. You know, I done looked over it. You know, I'm liking what I see. So give us a chance to go in deep, take a look at what you got out there, fam. Just want you to know I didn't forget about your fam. I'm pretty sure you know how Mo gonna do it. He going all the way back and work his way forward. I done took a look already, so it's gonna be interesting. I see what you're doing, that's for damn sure. So that was a special shout out to you, just to let you know I didn't forget about your fam. Yo, my man AJ in the house. Double M Desbo representing. What's up, fam? Arrowhead Kennels. What's up, fam? Asiatic Soldier representing in the house. What's up, fam? My man Dreadlock representing. What up, fam? My man Mr. Paris Brown's in the house. What's up, fam? The man Eli Monster. What's up, fam? My man, Mr. Paris Jackson's in the house. Shout out to my man, Mr. Paris Brown. What up, fam? Self-made Kennels in the house. What's up, fam? I see you, fam. My man, Mr. David Morris in the house. What's up, fam? Shout out to my man, long-time supporter, my man, friend Cervantes in the house. What's up, fam? Shout out to my man, Universal Soldier Kennels in the house, representing the Shark Tank. Shout out to my man, Jermaine Brown in the house. My man Dreadlock, I see you, fam. Kalingo Kennels in the house. What up, fam? With you. What's up, fam? My man Rocket's in the house. What up, fam? Shout out to my man, Mr. William Torres in the house. What's up, fam? Shout out to my man Mike Lee in the house. What's up, fam? It's the dog man at USA K9s. What's up, fam? My man Lloyd Taylor's in the house. What's up, fam? Wild Mongoose Kennels in the house representing tonight. What's up, fam? My man Alex Crisane's in the house. What's up, fam? I see my man, a provocative bully up in here earlier. What's up, fam? I know you're back there. I see you, fam. Shout out to my man Crockett starting his day out right with the super chat with the 10-piece. Said hit that like button. Sharks. Now y'all know I appreciate everything y'all been doing. Y'all know I appreciate everything y'all been doing. But y'all know we not even supposed to be discussing that like button. Y'all setting the trend. Y'all set the trend, trust me. It makes a difference. Y'all making a difference. Not just on this channel, but every channel. Y'all keep doing what y'all doing because I'm telling you, it is much appreciated, fam. Y'all keep doing what y'all doing. Hit that like button. Get up on that super chat last Friday, man. Look, I can't even express how I felt Friday with everybody participating, showing the love to Black Ice, actually, and to us, because that super chat and them super stickers, man, they're so much appreciated. And when it come like that, you know what I'm saying? You can't help but love it. That's all I'm saying. I mean, as long as y'all keep shooting that love, trust me, it's gonna be well appreciated. And I'm telling you, man, it definitely makes a difference. So I appreciate every single person that put in and did a super chat, participated in the poll, who showed up, who put out that super sticker, who showed the love. Don't ever forget, man. Just as much as we do it for you, love it when you do it for us, man. I'm trying to tell you, man, my heart goes out to every single last one of y'all just for being here. Trust that. My man Jermaine Hunter in the house. What's up, fam? I see you, provocative bully. I see you now, fam. Tonight's conversation is gonna be like one of those. This is more like a serious type of conversation. You know, we always throw that poll out there to get a damn temperature check on where everybody head at. Don't forget to take that poll. Do not forget to take that poll. As we move along, I will be checking in on it as we move along here. Another thing, tonight's discussion primarily was meant for the sharks. You know what I'm saying? Tonight, I would like a whole lot more input from the Shark Tank. You know, when we used to try to do the call-ins, you know, I'm trying to get that situation back to where we can start doing the call-ins because, again, we want more coming from the Shark Tank, more input. Remember, it's just your opinion, so don't never feel like you don't have an opinion here. You know, right now we're using them super chats and them super stickers, you know. But y'all know I'm always gonna try to address everybody's question. And I just want y'all to know, I want a lot of participation from the Shark Tank because I know there's a lot of dogmen in that Shark Tank. And y'all showed up and showed out Friday, which proved my point. Because believe it or not, I got a whole lot of comments. A lot of people was hitting the email that I don't even see in the Shark Tank, who expressing, you know, how much, you know, that they used to just sit back and watch the video and then start paying a little bit more attention to the Shark Tank and realize just how much knowledge was up in that Shark Tank. And when I get emails and getting those kind of comments, it makes me feel proud to even come up and know that people not only are paying attention, they're giving praise to it. You know, which makes me feel like my decision based on that Shark Tank and wanting to brand it and make it not just a chat room, but brand it as a part of a show that everybody can respect the show like they respect us for having this show. I want all that to go together. So when you're representing GH.CH, you're also representing the Shark Tank. So I want to always give that special shout out to y'all because y'all doing what y'all doing, and believe me, y'all shaking and baking things out there. I want to give a shout out to my man, 614 Tree Homeboy, representing with the 10 piece. He said S2W representing. Y'all know what it means. You sharks know what it means. My man Zachariah 23 with the damn super sticker with the 5 piece. He says, dudes, salute the OGs. Confirmation Slate Mill, Wall Climb, this weekend, North Carolina. APDR show, upbringing. Show up, bring them dogs out. East Coast family. Again, fellas, you know how we is about representing? You know what I'm saying? I agree with Zachariah. If I could ever get off behind this desk, you know what I'm saying? And this is one of the things that we're trying to do is support these type of things. You know what I mean? Where everybody can have somewhere to go and show up with our animals. If it ain't nothing but this to show up and hang out with each other. That's what I'm talking about. That is so important to us moving this fraternity forward. At least to be able to have a voice and be able to at least show there's another part of what this fraternity can do when it comes to these damn dogs. Because remember, all we do, we can only speak about the history. You know? But it's people like the Shark Tank, and people like Fat Bill, and 7-8, and some of the other guys out there. We understand our history, but we understand the future. And the future is always going to be built on a disclaimer. So understanding that, don't be stuck in a hole. These things with these confirmation shows, wall climbing events, even if you don't participate, it don't hurt to just show up and at least represent, regardless of where it is. People in them areas, they should, if you don't do nothing, at least show up just to see. You might get there and you might like what you see, and before you know it, you might show up with a dog. Whether you be wall climbing or in a confirmation show. Show off your animal, man. It's important because there's bigger and better things that we can do other than sit back and be labeled as something that we're not. That's what I'm saying. Showing the new face of the American Pit Bull Terrier. Live by the disclaimer. Y'all know how we do this. Shout out to my man Ron King in the house. My man COVID 500 Kennels in the house. Shout out to the 260 boys representing. What's up, fam? Fort Lauderdale D representing in the house. What's up, fam? My man Fat Ball Ray in the house. What's up, fam? My man Alice Cresson in the house. What's up, fam? AQ Henry Kennels in the house. What's up, AQ? Long time supporter. What up, fam? My man, Bulldog Jones in the house. Appreciate the love, Bulldog Jones. You know, one of your comments that you made on Friday's show, man, I'm telling you, man, I know you a bulldogger, bruh. Trust me. That's what I'm talking about, fam. Bulldogger. Ain't nothing like another man showing the love for these dogs, fam. Nothing like it, man. For all you fellas, you know, y'all come to the show, and just as well as people follow the Shark Tank, they also follow them comments. You know, I try to reply to all the comments. Now that I have a little bit more time, considering my health situation, I'm like stuck around for the next, believe it or not, 8 months. You know what I'm saying? So I gotta really find something to do. And I really be trying to find something to do. And I spend a lot of time, you know, going through those chats, you know, making sure the right people get their hardware. Yeah, I go back to the chats. I look for them new viewers. So some of you new viewers that come in and you notice you got that blue. You got that blue because you was in here. You did that, you showed up. And then you showed out by participating in the chat. And because of that, I promise you, you get that hardware. That's why you can come in here and you notice you get your hardware. No, I don't leave it and put you to the side. I actually go back and I do a follow-up and I make sure that then if you show up and you participate in that chat, I make sure you get that hardware. So believe me, I appreciate it when you do it, and I appreciate the fact that you're here. My man Wells Kennels Combine in the house representing. What's up, fam? Long-time supporter. My man Keith Gene Lewis in the house. What's up, fam? Hellraiser Kennels in the building. I see you, fam. Again, appreciate everybody who shows up. Everybody who show out, y'all don't forget to hit them like buttons. Don't forget to hit them like buttons. If you haven't already subscribed, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Okay, I see a 99% on the poll. That's the highest poll. I mean, I hope I didn't make this. Out of 77 votes, we got 99% agree, 1% disagree. I wish I knew who that 1% is, because I would definitely give you the floor. And if you're out there, look, it's okay. You're entitled to your opinion, and I am not here to bash anybody's opinion. But I sure would like to understand your way of thinking, because you might just change a whole lot of other people's minds. That's the sole purpose of being open about how you feel and be able to express the way you feel. You know, I'm a true believer in that. Especially when it comes to this thing here, you know what I'm saying? Because it's not like we got a bunch of kids, it's just a whole bunch of grown folks. So everybody's entitled to their opinion. Your opinion will be respected at all times. Everybody in the Shark Tank know that. Everybody in the Shark Tank, they work under them pretenses and they don't have no problem, you know, accepting that. So feel free to step forward, you know what I mean? Sometimes you might have to use that super chat. I try not to press that super chat, but there's so much that goes on in that chat that moves so fast, and sometimes I feel like, hey man, there's super chats out there for 99 cents. Look, if you feel like you have something to say and you want to get it said, trust me, I will stop a show to represent super chats and super stickers, period, man. There ain't no shame in, regardless of what it is that you spend. We're gonna appreciate it regardless. So I say that to say this. It's okay. It's okay to have a voice in the Shark Tank. It is okay. We don't sit here and try to get everybody to agree with us. Maybe that's what makes it so special. That's why I respect that blue. These is bull sharks over here. They fight for their position. They represent their positions. So feel free to step up and hit that super chat and express your feelings. Because we will address your feelings, fam. Shout out to my man, Dirt the Felon in the house. What's up, fam? Appreciate the love with the super chat, man. I see my man, Mr. Charles Johnson in the house. What's up, fam? My man, D. Ross in the house. My man, Mr. David Morris. Welcome to the show, A.M. McElroy in the house. Salute to you, fam. Appreciate the love. Appreciate you showing up, man. My man, A.M. McElroy, check it out, man. As you notice, you see a whole lot of blue in this room. They represent the Shark Tank. In order to get that blue, you got to do a couple things. You got to show up. You've done that already. Now, the only thing you have to do now, man, is participate in the chat. Let me see how you swim amongst these sharks. Don't sit back and be silent. Get out there and swim in there with them sharks. Go out there and have your opinions or speak on what you know. It's all gonna be appreciated. I see that kind of shit, man. Trust me, you will be getting that hardware, fam. Appreciate you showing up to the show, fam. To my brother Jermaine Hunter, appreciate this disclaimer, fam. I'm gonna put that out here. Pin that up. Let me see if I can pin it up. Yeah. Put you out there. My man, Mr. 302 in the house. What's up, fam? Shout out to my man, Bad Kennels in the house. What's up, fam? Y'all know what time it is. Y'all know what time it is. Yeah, y'all know what time it is. Y'all know what time it is. It's showtime. What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, everybody out there? What's happening? Y'all know, usually Moby in here, he talking about before we get down, you know, before we sit down, we got to get down. I'm going to say that there for him because, again, you know, he do it better than I do. But look, I appreciate everybody showing up before I get too involved. And y'all can have a general idea. Don't forget to hit them like buttons. Don't forget to hit that poll. Participation in the poll is real important around here because, you know, we use that poll to get a temperature check to see where everybody's headed as we move forward toward, you know, our next show. Kind of want to be able to understand where everybody's head is, you know, based on certain things that we have already discussed. I think we went a little in depth on, you know, with the way things are nowadays and, you know, with papers and registrations and fake papers and a whole bunch of other things. You know, I've been putting forth a little bit of effort, you know, with the help of, you know, Mo, because, you know, he knows a whole lot when it comes down to seeing with his own eyes based on what we used to have on the yard. See, a lot of things that we did based off of what we seen. We seen it, we liked it, we went after it. And after we did that, then we look at the papers. We never looked at the papers and we always decided to do, we're gonna go do that. That's probably why y'all see a whole bunch of red and blue in our papers. Because we, back in the day, we could get around like that. We could go and see things that we wanted to see. Kind of had an idea of what it looked like. We got a kind of a better idea of the style, the aggression, you know what I mean? The whole outlook on what we was trying to see and what we really wanted and I got to have that on the yard. You know, that's how our frame of mind was back then. You know, we wouldn't, again, like everybody else, we really didn't care about papers. Because we always felt the papers never made the dog. But then when you had the papers and you got the dog and you do your homework and you go back and see, well, somebody else did this back in here and then this here went good with there, and you wanted to add a little bit of something to it, it's almost like being a mad scientist. You know, Mo and our kennel partner, they used to go back and forth and like arguing over a recipe to try to get down to the mad science part of what it took to create the things that we were using. See, we didn't really go out and buy dogs. Most everything y'all see, you know, we actually bred all of that. It came way of breeding, you know. So, and trust me, it wasn't spending a whole bunch of money to get that done. Remember, we was actually giving away breeds. Breed intake, you know, back then you could always call up maybe a year or 2 years later and say, hey, you remember that breed? Yeah, I'm gonna send my boy and let him have it. And you wouldn't have no problem. I never ever heard anybody have an issue when it came to paying up on a breed. So that's one of the loyalty parts of it. Tonight's show, though, we addressing, you know, a different type of an issue. You know, my brother's a dog trainer. You know, I'm a dog trainer. Trust me when I tell you. I don't get in on the other side. We train guard dogs. Our guard dogs aren't meant to be doing all tricks and playing with balls. They are exactly what we say they are. They're for protection purposes and protection purpose only. So they're not the friendliest dogs you want to have because they have a purpose. They're loyal, but they're controllable. You know, they're like what we consider our soldiers. They drill instructors and they be our platoon. You know, so we have to teach them to act a certain type of way. Now, when I tell you this, the reason I bring that around to the bulldog side, because a dog is a dog. You know what I'm saying? And understanding the mindset of each individual dog and each individual breed. See, all breeds have a certain purpose. you know, like at Patterdale and the Pit Bull Cross. I remember we was talking about that Friday, and it just trips me out because we have a friend, a real good friend of ours. He's got one of them, and he is just so active. And I've seen him go to work, and it was just funny how we were talking about how they were, and then the bulldog mentality in that little dog is just amazing because he's a I mean, if he was a bigger pit bull type of animal, he would be a beast. This little mug would be a beast, man. So shout out to my girl Nicole because she was actually watching the show, and she was like, brought that to my attention, and I was telling her, you know what? He is definitely one of them kind of dogs. You know, like Ice was talking about it, but Mo couldn't think about what Nicole had, and then she called and reminded him. All of a sudden, like, yeah, because you remember him, he still is a beast. But what we're trying to get across today, I know Mo gonna get into it just a little bit more deeper than me, so y'all can kind of understand the mindset. In the mindset of any dog we deal with, regardless of pit bull, Rottweiler, Doberman Pinscher, pit bull, Malinois, we always look at the mindset of the dog first. We don't go in saying what we want from the dog because all dogs are different. Remember, you got the ones like them termite dogs that eat up the whole house. Some of them Eli dogs or people biters. You kind of got to look at each individual dog and put them on their own platform and deal with each one of them separately because you understand what you're dealing with, but dealing with them all as a whole. You know, like, the reason I use the Marine Corps because, again, as Marines, we came in from every place all over the United States of America. We was all thrown into this one thing, and we all had our different attitudes. Remember, we grown men now. We had different attitudes on how we was doing stuff. But they only had one way of making sure that every last one of us walked, marched, had the same ability, had the same drive, based off the one bit of training that we all had to do. As individuals, you had some that they had to push a little harder. You had some that outworked everybody. And so they was even going to push him even harder to see where his breaking point was. So remember, there was all those that during that training, you had somebody individually being dealt with by a drill instructor. So it wasn't nothing for you to be sitting back thinking that you wasn't going to be seen. You're going to be seen and you're going to be addressed. And that's the same way we dealt with our guard dogs and we dealt with our pit bulls. Even though they all went to the same type of training. They were all going through that piece of training done separately as being handled as individuals instead of as a whole. See, when you're dealing with them as a whole, you're already supposed to have that format set. You already know what you're going to be doing. You know what age you're going to be starting them at. Remember, as Marines, we started out as, more like kids leaving home for the first time, and you're out here trying to be a man in the real man's world. Can't nobody tell you nothing over there, and all of a sudden they yelling, screaming at you, you're doing all this other craziness, and you're being driven to the hardest of the hardest, and again, like everybody ain't meant for that shit. So imagine that same mentality. This is why everybody is always, they use that metaphor. And the reason I was using the metaphor because if you're trying to describe something that somebody do that's tough, he said, man, he went in there like a pit bull. He was all up in his mouth. You know what I'm saying? Or he attacked him like a pit bull. They use some metaphors to associate an action. And the pit bull has a certain association to as far as action. So you have to be able to take that action that's on your yard and mold that action to where you can control or have control. And believe me, if that control wasn't so important, and the reason I say this, if it wasn't so important, can you imagine what it would look like if you had a bunch of crazy Marines running around with guns and didn't want to listen to nothing? and they got guns. We're all supposed to be doing something, but we're not doing it together. We're trying to do it as individuals. What in the world could we get done? Nothing. Actually, be just a total disgrace. But we take that same mentality and we move it over here to the dogs. We actually had certain jobs. Remember, I told you we had 80 dogs on the yard at one time. Okay. Well, just like when I first got in the Marine Corps, it was 130 people. When I first got there, my very initial platoon, 2 weeks later, we was down to 80. 6 weeks in, we was down to 60. And out of that 120, and at 60, 58 graduate. But I go to tell you, when you go to start eliminating shit, remember, they didn't change their program. They didn't all of a sudden panic, talk about, oh, we lost all these people. They didn't care. They didn't give a damn. Either you were going to make it and keep up, or you were going to find your way out. You just don't have it to do it. Now, remember, we looked at our yard the same exact way. Got 80 bulldogs on the yard. Out of them 80 bulldogs, you have schoolers, you have your prospects. Remember, we didn't sell puppies, so we had puppies that was up around that year, 12 months, 13, 14 months, being, schooled up, ready. Find out, because at a certain point, you got to start putting your hands on all those dogs. So when it came time, the Mo had a good idea of, all right, this is what we're working with. Now we need to start breaking it down. And like he said, we did it over one weekend. We broke that down from 80 to 40. And out of them 40, we kept our best of the best. And in that 40, we had them good schoolers. Trust me when I tell you, when I say we had schoolers, we had some great schooling dogs of all types. Head dogs, chest dogs, back end dogs. Dogs that already are trained to listen when we say, go here, go here, go here, do this, do that, do that. We had dogs who were like drill instructors to help the young dogs learn the process. And then when you had one that just was like acted a certain type of way, a little hot puppy, you put that hot puppy next to one of them hot grown dogs. You know what I mean? Make him even hotter. I mean, always popping the chain. You ever walk on your yard and your dogs see you? You feel like a general pat when you walk down through there. You see how they all popping at the end of the chain, barking and carrying on, like high-fiving each other, high-fiving you because you on the yard, looking at one next to you. Don't be barking at him. They all doing their little, just going to hell nuts because you hit the yard. You have dogs that do that by nature. It's by nature because at that point we represent the alpha. We are the drill instructors. We are the senior drill instructors, and know that they are soldiers. So we train them in that concept, understanding we hit the yard, everybody is looking for that attention. In that same yard, we could just say shut up and everybody shut up. But we always knew to go down through there and let them have their hoorah. Yeah. You give them that chance to break out that standing ovation. You walk up and make sure you're putting your hands on every last one of them as you walk down through there. Because see, dogs, like human beings, they get jealous. They see you petting one and they pop in the chain because they want you to hurry up and get to them. We enforce that attitude. We're trying to gain the best that we can get out of them by controlling the attitude. When you're controlling the attitude, you get a better control of the dog when you want to get that dog to do what you want him to do. And that was one of the main purposes why I felt like, Mo, this is the time to do the show on the mindset of the dogs. Because I see a lot of guys, they might put their dogs on a chain and they just be out there feeding them and give them water. you know, and think there's something because of the way they bred or something supposed to make them do what they do. I mean, I don't know. That was never our concept. Our concept has never been to do dogs that way. Our concept was always to treat them just like he said. Those are our soldiers. They have to go through our boot camp. That boot camp started at 8 weeks. It started. It wasn't nothing for us to have 8-week-old puppies, you know, out on the chain. Can't stay with your sisters and brothers, you was immediately on the chain. Them hot puppies would be next to one of the grown hot dogs. Didn't hesitate to put them over there. You know what I'm saying? Because that hot puppy gonna keep that same attitude, because that dog over there is gonna make sure he do, because he gonna always keep popping the chain at that little puppy. And we used to get a kick out of watching a little puppy be popping the chain. So you always wanted to keep them fired up. But in the same token, we was trying to show them love part, the human part of the love. Because as you control their way of thinking, as they grew, it become by nature for them all. So there's the process to that. And tonight, my man Mo is going to discuss that process. So look, everybody, again, y'all, all those who are up in here, don't forget to hit that like button. For all my new viewers, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. And for the Shark Tank, you know, we always got a lot of ways of how we do things. I want some input on this discussion, because everybody's got a certain way to get to where they got to when it comes to these dogs. You're hearing our point of view. This is what we done. He's going to explain how we did it. And keep it in mind now, we're not, you know, we are dog trainers. So we have a totally different look than some of you guys, you know, out there. But we're all on the same path trying to accomplish the same thing. That's why it's important to my sharks today, step up and, you know, if you have to, hit that super chat so I can acknowledge it, because I want to know what you have to say. Don't forget to take that poll, and I'm going to bring in my brother, my man, Yo Mo.
What's up, man?
You ready to do this, man?
All day.
Yeah, okay, man, here we go. Hey, y'all, appreciate the time, appreciate the love. I'm watching. Hey, man, before you get started, right? Got your boy SBO. I missed him. That's his pedigree. Once you dive in there real quick, let's address it. Find out, tell me what you think. Okay. I already got into it, but I'm looking.
Hold on, fellas. I'll be right with y'all here. Let me take out this pedigree right quick. Get it to work here. Okay, I'm just looking at this pedigree somebody sent to me. Mike missed it last week, so he wants me to look at it today. Guess we'll look at it together right quick before we get started in this thing, okay, y'all? Let's look at this pedigree right. This is SBO, y'all. This is puppies and stuff right here. SBO. Nice little puppies right there, y'all. This is their pedigree. The top half is definitely boils. I see a lot of voodoo up there. Let me separate this voodoo. The voodoo stuff that makes this stuff boils. Since this top half is boils. Take a look at that right quick. Hold on. Look just like a boil's dog too, don't y'all? Yeah, it's the boils. See that voodoo in there? Quicksand, this is heavy. Heavy voodoo, heavy voodoo. I see a touch of CSK down at the bottom there. Let's go check out this one right here. Let's see what that look like. Matter of fact, we just do this one right here. See what that Bella looking like. They looking like her too. Got some handicap being ready, BB Red coming up with Chop Chop. Got more boils on that top side. So that's a heavy boils dog on the top. I see that. Cross with that banjo. Cross with the banjo. And this is the top side right here, guys. Okay, let's go back. Then we'll go back and take a look at the bottom. Digging on the red boy and what else? Got a little. Yeah, we got Red Man, which is definitely Boomer stuff. That Cunningham stuff on the top. Heavy Boomer. And what we got down here at the bottom? Okay. We got some pads, heavy pads up here on the top, on the bottom end of this, of the female. with touch of Mayday on the outs, as you see it down here at the bottom. So we got, actually we got heavy boils here on the top. That pads, black pads, that's a good one. Heavy bread back pads, so you know that's on the Patrick side of the boils dogs right there. And on the bottom here we got basically the same thing with an eighth out of Mayday in Stone City. Double bred macho buck, that female right there. Coming by way of Heavy Barracuda 357 cross with the Stone City. So we got Patrick in yellow, basically what that is on the bottom, coming by way of 357 and Macho Buck, which is Mayday and Stone City. You know what I mean? So that's the buck side of these dogs. Heavy Patrick cross with the Patrick of the past stuff. So that's a good cross right there. I mean, good line of dogs right there. Good line. It's really a heavy boils, and it's got the two different types of boils in. It's got the Patrick boils, and then it also has the, you know the regular boils. You know, we have the boils dogs. You know, we've been through this in the other show. You know, we have the Boils brand, which is just a boils dog. Then we have those boils dogs that, what are the boils dogs? Got Hank, Bolio. What was the other one, fellas? Help me out here. The Hank, Bolio, Tombstone. Boomerang. One more. Total cross it up. But that's a good line of dogs right there. Those should be some nice puppies. That's for damn sure. You know, they got the right crosses in them. Some nice looking pups too. Nice looking pups. I like that SBO. Nice breed. But as I always say, you should have some winners in that batch. Should be some good little dogs in that batch right there, bro. Because after the first and second generation, you want to keep it clean. then I would depend on getting me something out of that litter. You know, you want to keep it just like you're looking at it right now. You want to keep it that way. Then, you know, you have to, if it was me, the way they was bred, me, I'm looking for something who's going to carry the weight. You know what I'm saying? Because somebody has to step up. Can't go 3 generations doing this right here. Because next, you know, these puppies, when they come of age, all this right here gonna go back here. As soon as you breed one of them puppies, all this right here turns into the 5th. So we won't be able to get no idea based on the first 4. You know what I'm saying? And I like to have results. See, I didn't get no results here on the top half. I got something down here in the 3rd, but this up here, the way these dogs is bred, you got, you know, you got to put something there. Got to put something there. So, you know, the pressure's on that litter. You want to have something. You don't want to go 3 and 4 generations with nothing. You know, and that's just my honest opinion. You know, times have changed, and maybe y'all not in the position to do what we used to do. As far as when, you know, when I look at a litter or something based on the way I bred it, then I know right off the bat, you know, what my situation is going to be with this litter. Either I'm going to have something, or I'm going to have to start over. Get rid of all of them if they don't come out the way I want. But usually, I mean, in my time, one was, you know, could satisfy me. Just give me one. You know, even if he had the breeding power to produce, that puppy could just produce one winner. You know, maybe not one winner, a couple wins. You know, you want to have in that litter, you want something out of that litter to show me that the first 2 generations, the first and the second, produce something that can coincide with that 4th generation now. Because when those puppies come of age, anything you breed them to, that 4th in that pedigree is going to be in the 5th. We go to pull it up. I don't want to have to go way back here to the 5th to start to understand, you know, what I'm getting. You know what I'm saying? Because you won't see as much in the 4th generation. Remember? When those puppies go to breeding, this right here is going to be back here. Right back here. So this puppy got to be able to, one of these puppies got to do something to save this pedigree. It's a good breed. Show me something in the litter. That's how I look at it. Something in this breeding got to be something for me to move forward on it. You know, you have to bring me some color, one way or the other. Males will get checked hard, definitely get checked hard. Females, they would be, you know, they have to show me what the rest of the litter is looking like and performing like for me to make those kind of decisions as they get older. But my whole concept on that litter, and with my eyes on that particular breeding, I'm looking for one of those puppies to bring me back some color. I'm looking for some color. I'm not gonna go another generation breeding just some pretty good bred dogs, and that's all I'm getting, where I have to go back and look into the generations to see what they are with no results. Is this front giving me the results that the back had? That's just the bottom line. Because if it's not, you're gonna know, because guess what? It's gonna continue being black. You can continue running always back to the 5th and 6th and the 7th, get an idea what these puppies were bred like. When you want to have some coordination up here in the front, so you can move forward the back to the front. You know what I'm saying? The results have to be there. That's, you know, that's just the bottom line. You know, my mindset that every time I had a litter, that was my basic concept on one, why did I make the breeding? What am I looking out for in this breeding? You know what I'm saying? And then go from there. Now, when it starts with me in a yard, you know, a lot of our young dogs in our line, they definitely came out hot. Like you heard about Baby and them when they was young. Yeah, they was on the chains real early because they couldn't stay together. Some people think it's cute to watch puppies bang and smash and crash in the cage. With me, I like taking the rough ones out and giving the other ones a chance to build up their dominance, or, you know, because everybody wants to be a leader. That's what they're fighting for. They're pack animals. So you got to understand when you're looking at puppies, you know, and genetically, they're doing what they're supposed to do as puppies, running around, bumping into each other, grabbing each other. You know, that's all them genetics working. But as they get older, they start straightening out now. They do start straightening out. Thing is, you want to give them time to grow. So you take your rough ones out and let the next one step up. The next one step up, you take the rough ones out of there, and then, you know, somebody else is going to step up. Somebody else is going to step up, you know, and then you just keep on, you just go through the procedure as those puppies grow. You know, take them off and put them on the chains. The ones that don't want nobody to eat, the ones that just want to continuously cause ruckus, put them on the chain and give them other puppies a chance to grow. If you just constantly put them in there, you know, you're setting a bad example, you know, for the young ones who cannot grow because they're constantly being dominated. You know, don't let them grow into that habit of, you know, taking beatings and getting mobbed, because even in a pack of animals, you go down, even with puppies, you go down, everybody's gonna jump on you. Everybody's gonna take on the down dog. Everybody. This is how puppies get killed. You don't get killed by one. The one puppy goes down, then everybody else joins in and do a lot of damage. So it's always best to me. I take my hot puppies as soon as I hear them where they can't eat. Or you got one that wants to get in there and hog the food and wants to smash everything and make a mess when everybody wants to eat. He's coming out of there and he's going on a chain. He's going on a chain. Now he can sit there and learn how to bark and get his confidence up, since he has so much confidence inside the cage around the other dogs. Give him a dog next to him that's going to let him learn how to act like the dog next to him. Yeah, the dog next to him see him on the chain too. He's going to be barking at the little puppy. You know, little puppy going to probably turn around and start, as he gets older, he's going to start barking at him. You know, because to me, when I see that, when I come down in the morning and all the dogs are out there barking, I want to see that puppy out there at the end of his chain barking too, because everybody else is barking. He's going to catch on. And then they catch on by just watching this, the way I you know, feed the yard and the way I handle them. You know what I'm saying? I like to see him when I go down there to feed that older dog and that puppy down on the end of his chain yapping, yap. Feed me first. You get him. You know? And he's probably excited about seeing me, on top of the fact that he's probably getting ready to eat. And he's showing out. And I give him all the praise. I make sure I walk in there and give those young dogs their praise. I'm here. Yeah, they're doing a good job there. Coming out there on the end of that chain. Not to be afraid to move around on your chain space, because remember what I told y'all about chain space? Chain space is valuable on my yard. I take that serious. I'm not raking up shit on bullshit. I'm not raking up shit that's bullshit. Okay? And that's just how it go. So I give them all the opportunity. My mind frame is like they said. I look out on my yard. I see my little, what I call my little soldiers. You know, I am the pack leader. That's why I set the rules and the standards of the yard. You know, I am smarter than the dogs. You know, and I always have to understand that. It's just, what do I want out of the dog? I want the dogs to gravitate under my control, my understanding. If I come out on that yard, they know it's time for feeding time, everybody's going to sound off. But as they get older, they know before I start feeding, I'm cleaning up shit. I want a quiet yard. I don't want everybody running around barking and yapping and while I'm trying to clean the yard. So they learn to be, when I say shut up, they learn to shut up. I have my little PVC pipe because the wind makes a lot of noise. You know what I'm saying? You can hit that chain and that usually is enough. When I say shut up, I mean shut up. Everybody who don't learn how to shut up learns how to run in their house. Because that's what happens. If you don't shut up, then I'm going to come back over there and I'm going to make you run in your house. And one thing you won't be doing, you won't be standing on the end of the chain barking when everybody else gets quiet. They'll learn. You bark, I come down there to you, I don't race no trip. Don't go running into the house now because I'm going to pop the side of your house. I said, shut up. Just because I had to come down there, running in the house still ain't good enough. I'm going to still scold you because I shouldn't have to come down here. And I take the stick and I will pop the house. You know, it's going to sound off. Bam, bam. I mean, shut up. So yeah, I could come out there in the morning and have 80 dogs on the yard and they'd be happy as hell to see me. But when I say shut the fuck up, everybody will shut the fuck up. They will stand there on the end of them chains and be quiet. Those who don't, they learn the hard way, even with the puppies. Okay. Okay, hold on, guys. We do have a super chat. Okay, we got PD Kennels says, peace to the chat and the twins. Coming from the same area, can you tell me anything about Joe D's Red Pirate? Outside the fact he was a champion and he was a good dog. You know, he was a Patrick Lion dog. He was a good dog. So he had some good dogs. He did have some good dogs. He has several winners now. He just didn't have Red Pirate, but he has some good dogs. You know, when tell you anything about him outside of his breeding, you know, he was just a good dog. And in our area, you had to be a good dog to be a champion. You know, we didn't have that soft spot in our area. There was no soft spot with Jody and Ramrod and Mau Mau. And I mean, that's just one little area. That's just one little area. There's nothing soft in that area. What Jody and them was, and down in that part, man, it was definitely a wealth of great dog men down in there, and they had great dogs. I mean, that's what made our area so competitive, because we still have to raise the yard, you know, and guys still have to school their yard. They have to call the yard. And who would not want to have in an area where you have a bunch of great dog men who's got great dogs? And what better way to get your shit checked to see what level you on? You know, you start answering a lot of questions, because when it comes down to check time, I don't want you to be checking my shit with your road dog. If I got a prospect, I want to check my shit with your prospect. You know what I'm saying? When it comes down to that calling time, I don't want no road dog. No, I need a prospect, one that you like. No, let's put them together and see what we come up with. That's the way you want to do it. What can a road dog do in a call? Basically nothing for me. Because if I'm using a prospect, I don't want my prospect to go in there and have his way with a dog that's been tested and all he is a good road dog, probably game as hell. That's not what I want. I don't want him to go in here and beat up a road dog. I don't need no road dog. I need a road dog when I'm schooling. I need a road dog on a startup. You know, they had all their purposes on the yard. Dogs that got checked and didn't make the team, as far as once you go down on my yard, you know, your career is about where it ends, right there. You know, if you want to make it back to the chain space, then you will become a game dog, but you will never be a match dog, not on Going Hard's yard. And nor will he ever be what I would consider a prospect. A prospect is not a road dog. A road dog is a dog that was good enough to keep, but not good enough to match. That's it. So what is his purpose? His purpose is if he was good enough and he was bred good, you know, and he was tested hard, he might get bred based on how he's bred. Now he probably falls short on the list. If he's got a brother out there that's working and winning, you know, that dog will sit on the chain, because I'll sit there and use his little-mate brother that has a chance to go out here and win, and he got a brother sitting there that didn't make the team. His brother will sit there until we figure out what his brother, the prospect, is going to do. Because I want to breed to the prospect. I don't want to breed to his brother. Not right now. Not right now. I wouldn't care how good he did. He didn't make the team. You see, that's the thing. There's a process. Okay? I'm going to start from the puppy process. And they go out on the chain. They're around all the other dogs. They fall in the same line. Puppies are easier to train growing up than the older dogs. How you think them older dogs knew how to shut up when I come on the yard? Because they were all puppies at one time. And where did they learn? They learned right off the back on the chain. They'll learn right off the bat. The puppies is going to react like all the other dogs do because they're a pack anyway. This is what they wake up to and see all day. A bunch of dogs running around on chains. They'll respond like all the other dogs when I come out to go feed. And they'll probably still be barking and hollering and shit when everybody else shut up. I wouldn't expect the puppies to be quiet, because remember, the puppies are the same puppies in a little cage. So when you come to the cage, they all all over the cage, right? Okay, so they'll do the same thing even when you separate them and put them on the chain. You know, they'll be glad to see you. You know what I mean? And the process even starts with them. They'll learn what it means to shut up. They're a lot quicker on picking it up. You know, I mean, special words. You know, I had special words on the yard. Everybody learns those words. Everybody has a command. If you're raising a yard and you're dealing with your dogs every day, train your yard. Train your yard. You know, I didn't hesitate to keep a little shot collar when they raided my yard. And, you know, when they raided my yard, you know, one thing they didn't take the sleeve, and they didn't take them 4 or 5 shot collars I had out there. Why would they take them in for evidence? They didn't even bother with them, because why would you take them? They wouldn't want to take that stuff because there's nothing related to what they wanted to get me on, which was dog fighting. So they left the training stuff, but they don't want that in evidence. They don't want that in evidence. But myself, I took the picture. Yes, I did. And right there had a timestamp right there on the picture when it got developed, okay? So they'll know on this date right here, this picture was taken. Because I wanted them to see that this was something they did not take on my yard. So when it came down to trial time, one thing that they didn't get a chance to get off. The fact that they left that, well, how do we know that was even there? Because we got a picture showing you it was there. They knew it was there too. They just didn't want to grab it. And you asked that question, why didn't you grab that? Oh, it was definitely there. There's proof it was there. There's the proof that it was there. The question to them was, why didn't you grab that? Because it's not relative and related to what y'all was wanting to come there for. It wouldn't look good grabbing that stuff for dog fighting, because it looks like dog training equipment. You know, just because they didn't take it didn't mean I couldn't use it. The fact of the matter was, once I realized that they didn't take it while they was taking things, well, let's take a picture of this and let's find out why. And down in the line, it did come in as a factor. Why would he have this training equipment here with all these pit bulls? Because I would put a shot collar on a puppy. I would put a shot collar on a grown dog that don't want to catch on. When I say shut up, they will learn how to shut up. Because I don't want to feed a bunch of barking dogs while I'm cleaning up shit, watering dogs and feeding dogs, and then coming back through cleaning up shit and picking up pans. I don't want to hear all that. I want to hear peace. I want to hear that they understand that this yard is under alpha control. Who's the alpha? I'm the alpha. Who's feeding them? Alpha is. Who's making sure that they're clean? Alpha is. I am a representation of the leader of that pack. And this is how my dogs grew up. You know? So it all started as young dogs. And as they got older on those chains, they learned a lot of things. I give them all a chance to get their, what I would call, you know, where everybody else likes to play the first pole game and stuff like that, you know, running down through. Me, when I wanted to crank up a yard, I had a four-wheeler. Now, keep in mind, y'all, if you see my yard, y'all seen how long it was. I can go down through, it was like 1, 2, 3, 4, it was 6 rows. 1, 2, 3, 6 rows. I would get on my four-wheeler. I used to keep me a nice little fat little piece of cowhide. And I would stick it down on my four-wheeler on the back like it's on the ground. And all I would do is just ride through there on the four-wheeler, down the dog, and let the dog see it. And as I'm riding down, everybody's going to be hitting the chain because they see it too. You know what I mean? And I'm riding through there, screaming up a noise. Yeah, get that. You like, yes, sir, get that. Scratch. And everybody's going crazy. Everybody's barking. And I'm just riding down through there, riding down through the lanes, giving everybody a chance. Young dogs, puppies, they see that too. They see the same thing. The only difference is with the puppies I give them a chance to get, you know, to entice themselves. What that means is I have my times where I would go through the yard and do that. Then I would come back and just wing it around the puppies. I wouldn't want them to flirt pole with it yet. I just want to see them act up for it. Can't have it, but I want you to want it. You know what I mean? I want you to want it more than the older dog because, see, they have been worked and conditioned to know the routine, and when they see it, they going crazy. So I want to help my puppies by showing them the same time, you know, as they're growing up, I give them that attention to know this is what I want you to go after. This is what I want you to want to play with. This is what I want you to grab. And as they get older, we give them bigger toys to grab. But this is how I did my puppies. You know, I spent time with the whole yard, but I also had individual times with my young dogs. You know, I try to turn as many of them into prospects so I don't have no slow, shy, laid back dogs. And if I do have one, I'll see them. I can tell you when a bitch is getting ready to be cold. I can tell you when a male's getting ready to be slow. You know what I mean? Because you got to give them time. But if you know that, then you got more time to give that puppy to see if you can get that puppy to grow out of it. Could be you had a bad experience. Maybe he just a slow want to be a lay around dog. Maybe he don't want to be in that kind of life. You will know if you're taking care of that dog every day. You're either going to grow out of it and pick up like everybody else, or you're going to be able to keep an eye on him and say, well, I know that this one's not going to make it. You know, but they all get a chance. I don't get rid of puppies that don't do nothing. Okay, guys, I got another super chat here. Hold on, make sure I ain't miss nobody. Okay, hold on. I got Frederick. Frederick, thanks for the chat, baby boy. He says a lot of free game. You know what? Yeah, thank you, bro. Yes, I am. This is coming to you free. Dickie Foster. Thank you for the chat. It says, keep it up. Keep it up. Thank you. SBC. Thank you. I'm just going through. Okay, PD, I hope I answered your question. Matter of fact, I'm gonna pull Red Pirate up. Let me get a chance, okay? for the day is out. We'll pull him up so everybody know who Jody is. Some of these guys don't know who Jody is. I got some more. Let's see. Daquez, thank you, man, for the chat. He got some roses up there. Bulldog Jones, big bro, appreciate the knowledge. Thank you, bro. Thank you. Okay. Now, remember, when we were talking about how important that change space is, you know, we already know there's certain things to the change space. We got to feed it. We got to put stakes in the ground or cages up, locks on them, dog houses, pans for water, pans for food, and a shovel, and a rake, and a place to put dog shit. That's change space. That change space is like running a business. It is, because it costs. Okay, it costs. Not only to put the equipment out there to put a dog on it, but what about my time? What about my efforts in raising them and feeding them and taking care of them and being their leader? You know, my dogs had to understand how this thing gonna run. You know, and it's being serious, because it's like he said, it is a boot camp. I mean, if the Marine Corps could have did what they did with us, I could not understand. And you know, they can probably call this PSTD for me. They can probably call it PSTD for me. Because one thing that I could not understand, and I understood by the time them 13 weeks was up, in the Marine Corps, when we get off that bus, we're a bunch of guys coming from different places in the country. But we all on that bus coming on this base. And when they kick us off that bus and tell us to get on them yellow footprints, we don't know what them yellow footprints is. We see them, but it takes us a minute to catch on to what he means. Get on them footprints. They just getting on the bus telling you to get the hell off the bus and get on the yellow prints. Now, you know, the whole time this is going on, you got a man on the bus cussing, then you got a man at the outside the bus cussing, and then you got a man over there by the yellow prints, he cussing. So everybody's cussing, telling us to get out the bus, get on the yellow lines, and shut the fuck up. The whole time, this is what they were doing that early morning when I first hit Paris Island. And we all had hair, you know, we was all in regular street clothes and, you know, didn't have much. I don't even know why some of them guys was bringing like briefcases or like luggage. Like, what the hell you need with luggage? Y'all, that was, what the hell is the luggage for? You know, change of clothes, it'd take you 2 or 3 days to get here or something. But that's where it started at, getting off the bus, like coming on the yard. It being introduced into the yard. Here go my change space. I had a bed, I had a bunk, I had a foot locker, I had a rack. When I got there, you know, they cut all my hair off. They was walking through like a chain. And a chain, like a factory. Walking in, you're getting your hair attacked by this guy with the clipper. He's snatching all your hair off. They're walking you down this line. They're passing clothes and boots and, you know, your uniform. Everybody's in line. You can't say nothing because these guys never stop screaming and hollering. They was cussing and fussing for the first 72 hours. I ain't getting no sleep. I'm filling out paperwork and constantly hearing these dudes constantly screaming and hollering. Constantly. They were just out of control. But one thing that I saw that real quick, adapt to the situation. Because what they were doing was preparing us. This is what it's going to be like. Oh, we're going to be some shit here. Because they never stopped it. They never stopped. Once they got us settled in, now I'm on a chain. Get up in the morning. I got to get up, get on the line, you know, right off the bat. Get on the line, we get on the line. And you better be on that line. When that light come on, you best believe when that light get on and he say 0, and we supposed to say freeze, private freeze. And when he say 0, freeze, private freeze, you better be freezing on that line out of that rack standing there. Better not catch this poor soul that didn't wake up. As him, his body, his mattress and all will be on the floor. And he will learn real fast. You know what I'm saying? You better sleep light if you don't know how to wake up. But it was a mindset thing. Now we have to put our clothes on. Ain't got but so much time to get your clothes on. You got to go to the shower, use the bathroom, get yourself together, put your uniform on. It better be on point, and your rack better be able to drop a quarter on and better bounce off the bed in your hand. There's a certain way you had to make that rack, and there was no excuses about that. Everybody had to make their rack the same way. Same way. Expectations were set for the whole platoon. Like the whole yard, there was an expectation. This is the bottom line right here, y'all. This is just the start. There's an expectation even at that level. There's a command you hearing? 0, freeze, private freeze. That means whatever the hell you were supposed to be doing, you better be there by the time I say 0. When that light come on, everybody better wake up. Everybody better jump up out that bed. Everybody better be standing on that line. Because when he says 0, you better be hollering freeze, private freeze, and you better be able to look down that line and see everybody out their bed standing there on that line. In your drawers. Standing there. Ready for the next command. Same thing that we do on our yard. You feed out, and then they take me to the chow hall. Like, now I got to go out and feed my yard. Now, this is the way I'm going to feed my yard. I can't rake up shit with dogs running all through my shit while I'm trying to rake it. Or chasing my rake while I'm trying to rake up shit. So, one thing for damn sure, they know, when I step into that change space, you step back. When I step in there, whether with the rake, the water, or the food, you better be stepping back. I don't want you jumping on me. I don't want you bouncing on me. I don't want you running around, tie me up in your chain. I don't want none of that. They learn to get the hell back, stay out my way, no barking, no silliness. Usually they go back into their house when I step into their range, because those who wants to do those silly things, I have my little PVC pipe. And I always make sure that if you ain't catching on, then you'll learn how to run in your house when I step in your chain range. I don't care how crazy you are. I don't care how mean you are. You will learn. If you cannot do it the right way, then you're going to do it my way. And my way means when I step in your chain range, because you had to grow up with me putting you in your house. So they learn these things. Just like with the Marine Corps. If I can't get you to wake up like everybody else and get on the line, then when I catch you in that rack, I'm going to toss this bed over you. Then after I do that, I'm going to come the next time with a bucket full of ice and cold water. Make sure it's real cold and icy. And we're going to make sure that by the time you go back to bed tonight, your bed going to still be wet and they're not going to care. Covers and all. You're going to make your rack wet and all because you didn't get up. It gave you a chance when he tossed you off the rack the first time. Then you turn right around now the next time, he's going to throw you some ice water on your ass. I'm pretty sure by the time you come in that evening and you still have to sleep on a rack that's been wet from the morning all the way to the time you get ready to go to bed, your bed is still wet. You'll figure out you need to get up in the morning. You need to get up real fast. So, the same things with the dogs. If you do not follow the directions of the yard, you will be taught to follow the directions like everybody else. There's dogs out there older than you have the young dogs, but everybody has that expectation. See, they're learning how to deal with me. They're learning how to deal with me. They're dealing with me. Remember, I come in, I rake up shit. The first thing I do is go through and rake up all the shit on my yard. Then the next thing I do, I go down through there with bleach. You know, I had a big old barrel. I had a 4-wheeler that had a trailer on the back of it. I pull down through there. I would have all my stainless steel pans. Because I don't never leave the stainless steel pans out there. I always grab the food bowls and throw them inside a big old bucket that had bleach water in it. And I would take the pans after I fed them. I would put all those pans back into the bleach water and wash them up and stack them up real nice for the next day. But when I come down through there, I'm coming down there through breaking up shit and dumping water bowls. Dumping shit and dumping water, picking up shit and dumping water bowls. So when I come down there to feed, I'm coming down to put food in the pan and water in the bowl. If the bowl is dirty and it's got green around it, I'm putting it down into the bleach water. Bleach is going to wash off that mildew that's on there. There's nothing but mildew that gets on those bowls and turn the water green and all that stuff. But if you take it and put it down into some bleach water, it comes right off. If you're cleaning it every day. Okay, I feed and I do that to every change space that I go to until I'm done. And by the time I'm done doing that, I'm going to start all over again. Now I'm picking up pans. I'm picking up the feeding pans and I'm sticking them into that bucket of bleach water. And at the same time, if there's more water to be poured, pour the water. Most of the time, when they eat, they'll shit again. Now I'm going back down through there, picking up all that shit, and before I quit, I go back to the whole yard and I rake up shit just in case they shit after they ate. Remember, I'm spending time on the yard. The communication is just me doing that with so many dogs. Don't think that those dogs don't see me out there doing that to the other dogs. They're going to keep their eye on the alpha dog because I am the one that they want to pay attention to. Me. I'm the one got them quiet. They can be quiet without barking because they're watching me. Most of the time, that's why they're quiet, because they're watching me. They're watching me to make sure I ain't watching them in case they want to bark. Okay, who did that? Oh, I know that bark. I'm going to go address it. But it's the mindset that they're growing up at. They live great lives. You know, they get a chance to play. Yeah, they get a chance to play with me running down through there with that four-wheeler, with that cowhide on that rope coming down through there. Sometimes going right down to the chain range, around everybody. Go flying down through there. And watching them hitting them chains, trying to grab that mug. And they want it. Oh, they really want it. They like it. They love it. They learn that. Don't even get a chance to grab it. They have to learn how to want it bad enough to when they do grab it, they know what they do with it. You see what I'm saying? That's nothing but a teaser. You're working on up here. The satisfaction is not them grabbing it. You think it is. No, I don't need them to want to grab it. I need them to want it. How bad do you want it? Remember, to want it is how bad, how much intensity, how much eagerness, how much crazy can you be that you want this thing that bad? I'm going to have your, I'm cranking it up because guess what? I'm coming down through that four-wheeler, hyping up the yard because the yard wants to get it. So that even the young puppies start catching on from what the older dogs are doing. That's how you build. You know, one thing that I never really got into was, why do you guys flirt your dogs, but then in the same time you let your dogs grab shit and work out? Okay, there's no grabbing. If I'm going to let you grab and I'm going to work with you grabbing it, and that means I want to play tug of war, then I'm not going to do that. I'm going to get me one of them big ass tug of war ropes. Is what I used to get at. I have one on one end tied to a garage spring and a rope on the other end hanging on the garage spring. And I will whip those boys around getting them fired up, and I would give them to the two dogs next to each other. Boom. Let them grab. Now it's on. That's what they used to grab. I would get one on this one and one on this, and they would sit there and try to pull. Now remember, they're on a garage spring. So there's never going to be an advantage of somebody's pulling to the end because they're doing too much yanking, but they're yanking the spring, not the rope. You understand what I'm saying? I want to see them get down there and get shaky with it. You know, some of the dogs used to go and they didn't want to be on the end of the rope. They wanted to be up there by the spring because the closer they is to the spring, the closer they is to that dog, the closer they feel like they're going to take what that dog got. That was for them smart asses. Then there's no problem. No problem, because there's always, as long as we have a competition thing going on here, then let them go. And let them work it. Yankee. Get about 2 or 3 of those. Go to the next couple of dogs across from you. Everybody's got a rope. And I'll just sit there and I'll go down through there, and I would even do it with a puppy. I would give a puppy one of them, you know, and see how he handled it. You know what I mean? And put him on one of them big boys, knowing that, you know, the big boy, he gonna try to work it away. But I'm helping the puppy. I'm giving the puppy all the chance because I'm not letting big boy snatch it from me or pull him from me, but I'm letting the puppy learn how to grab it and yank it with the big boy standing there. So to the puppy, he see big boy, he wants to do. If big boy starts shaking, puppy gonna start shaking. If big boy start yank, the puppy gonna start there, yank. And then guess what they gonna both be doing when I start talking to them? Yes, sir. Yeah, get in there. That's what I want. Yeah, that's what I want. Shake. They know what playtime is. Imagine if you're doing this on a consistent basis with your yard. The yard is going to be loud. It's like turning up the music and putting your speakers outside. You know, during the day, we can turn up our music in our front yard and can't nobody say nothing. So if it's going to be a time that I'm going to be checking the dogs and having fun with the dogs, it won't be in the morning, it'll be during the day. Well, I don't have no problem with all of them out there barking like hell because they all see activity. They see what's going on. So, I mean, there's no need for me to make the yard shut up when I don't want them to shut up. I want all of them to be excited. Me next, my turn. Come on, bring it over here. So as soon as they see them springs and them ropes, everybody go crazy because they know what time it is. I'm building a mindset. The mindset. Same like the Marine Corps. Remember, everything started with something. Next thing you know, in the Marines, after the first week, then they start taking you out and they start running you. I don't know, it was not a smart thing for a fat guy to come into the Marine Corps. Because a fat guy's never going to get out there and try to run like we was running. And believe me, my first time running, I felt like I had lead in my feet because I had those boots on. Boots, socks, and shorts, and a t-shirt. Now we out here running. Every day running in step like. I mean, this man we run a little bit, and then he make a stop and start cussing at us. Because he don't hear no music. That's what he used to say. I don't hear no music. That's not music. So instead of him telling us that we run in step, as a platoon, he'll sit there and say, run a little bit and then just make a stop and say, I don't like the music. So how many days are we going to go through this before we all figure out there's a left-right run to this, y'all? I guess he wants us to run together. Like 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. He wants to hit them boots hit the ground at the same time. While we running, shit. Some of these guys is tall as hell. Some of these guys is fat as hell. They can't even keep up. But that was the point. He wanted us to figure out that we run together. Our boots touch the ground together. As we as a unit, we will do everything the same. We will put on our clothes the same. We will make our beds the same. We will go to the bathroom the same. We will go to sleep the same. We're going to stand on the line the same. We're going to eat the same. The expectations being set by the alpha, the drill instructor, the alpha dog. All the concepts of building the mind to prepare themselves for what we are preparing them to do. And that is, first of all, the manners. Once we got the manners out the way, the barking, get out my way so I can feed you. You know, the rules. There's rules. Shut-ups. Then we can move on to the other things. We're moving up. Remember, as these puppies got older, they learned. You're always going to have these little new recruits. But the majority of the yard has already been through that. They've learned. You know, it's all a process. And you sit a puppy on the chain for a year, you know, all you're doing is sitting there waiting on your puppy to get older. Well, me, I ain't trying to wait on my puppy to get older. I'm doing evaluating. The whole time I'm doing this, I'm evaluating. Because if I got one that don't want to hit the rope, ain't ready to grab the rope, then guess what? I'm going to spend a little time with him and see why he ain't doing that. So he might need a little bit more individual help. You know what I'm saying? Evidently, his neighbor is he's not catching on to what his neighbor's doing. Remember, they're pack animals, so everything is done by a pack. Whether they're on a chain or running loose in the wilderness, they are still pack animals. They know everything around them. They know. Like Brad and Pretty Mama couldn't stand each other. I always had to keep Mama on one end of the yard and Brad on the other end of the yard because I knew they didn't like each other. They were being put in shape together, so they never did like each other. You know, because of the way they were raised and the way they were conditioned, you know, I'm telling you, they all get off at some point. I mean, as hard as I try, I always had a problem with Mama or Brat getting off the chain. But one thing I didn't never have to worry about with either one of them. Either one of them, they would pass the whole yard to go find Brat. Mama would get loose and go past every dog in the yard just to go find Brat. And Brat was the same way, and Brat would hit anything. Brat would hit puppies. She didn't matter. Brat would hit anything. You better not even put a newborn around her. She'll snatch it up. If it ain't hers, you better get that damn puppy. And she's snatching up everything. You know, most of the dogs on the yard was like that. You know, you weren't safe to go running down in there into that tear dome. You know what I mean? We called it the Thunderdome. Do not go running down through the Thunderdome because things happen in the Thunderdome. You get off the chain in the Thunderdome and I'm not there to save you, then it's gonna be a long night. I never really had a lot of dogs get off. Pretty Mama and Brat was mainly the main ones that it was hard for me to keep on chains because one, they would wear a chain out, they would wear a collar out, and for some odd reason, they knew how to pop those things. They knew how to pop those collars. They knew how to either pop a collar or they knew how to pop a chain. And I didn't have snap-ons. I had rings going through their collars. It had nice swivels on them. But when you got two crazy-ass dogs that run those chains, you have to almost check those chains every 30 days to make sure that those little links don't get that little thin part right there where those chains come together. You know, they get worked running through that sand and that constant hitting the chain. The whole chain may look nice and fat, but you look on those links where they come together at, that's where they get thin. And see, I had to learn the hard way, thinking they could not wear those nice ass chains down. until I started watching Brat and Mama and them popping them mugs, breaking chains. You know, and I'm thinking, well, damn, how often do I need to change these chains? I mean, I had nice, thick-ass chains, big chains. I mean, I did show, you know, I'll be able to, when they put them back up there, you guys will see what kind of chain setups I had. But they were nice chains, but they still wore down. Sand makes it happen even quicker because I live in Florida. Imagine the way these dogs is running those chains through that sand and constantly hitting the ends of those chains and putting that tension on those chains. Those chains do wear down. So remember that. But it wasn't always about just feeding the dogs and cleaning up shit and giving them water. It wasn't always about that. After all that's done, then I get a chance to go play with them. Remember, they get a chance to be with me individually when I'm cleaning up their shit, or when I'm feeding them, or when I'm putting their food down. They know not to come over there and diving into the bowl. They knew better than that. They respected me to the point that everybody stayed out Poppy's way while he fed them. And when he stepped out of the chain range, you can go ahead and jump in your food. But I didn't have one dog that I couldn't call to come to me. You know why? Because when I got down in them little chain areas and stuff and was doing my little work, you know what I'm saying? I always gave them that indication that when I got there, I was glad to see them too. Yeah. Knew them all by name. Glad to see me like I'm glad to see you while I'm raking up your shit. Just don't get in my way. So they was happy to see me just to be in their chain space. Tails was wagging like hell. They ain't coming nowhere near me, but they happy as hell. Pacing back and forth, running around the house, probably jumping on the house, but they ain't coming nowhere near me. But Tails just a wagging. Can't wait for me to say, come here. This is the mentality that they had. They depended on me to do everything. And who am I? I am the leader. Not only did they respect me, because if they didn't, they got crucified for it. They love me because I helped them do something they wanted to do. They didn't live a boring life. The four-wheeler chasing the thing, the tug of wars. I didn't like the hang shit. I didn't get the purpose out of hanging shit. I was trying to teach these dogs that when you bite with your mouth, not with the front. Them little knots you put on the end of those ropes and stuff, right? If you teach a puppy young to put their mouth on it individually, use your breaking stick and teach them not to grab with the front of their mouth, but with their whole mouth. And as they get older, I mean, it's like me watching two dogs tug of war, and I'm watching one constantly grab the knot with the front of their mouth. Right? Well, I'll get over there while he's tugging, right? I get right there on that rope or get right there on that dog and pop him off. Pop him right off, grab the rope while the other dog is pulling on it and hold it right there in my hand, just like this. While the other dog is snatching on it, I got that rope right there in my hand. So when I put that rope back in there, my little dog wants to grab that mug, right? As soon as he wants to grab it, I'm pushing it right. As soon as he grabs it, I'm pushing it into his mouth. Now I'm getting behind him with the rope still in his mouth. I'm sitting up there grabbing the rope while he's tug-of-warring with the other dog. I'm grabbing that rope, putting it into his back gums. I don't want it in the front. And I'm telling you, I'm saying no, no, no. Take my stick, pry him up a little bit and pull. Put it in their mouth. Pry it up a little bit and pull. Pry it up a little bit and pull. Every time he wants to let that rope slide to the front of his teeth, I'm putting my little breaker stick in there. Once I get his gums open enough, I'll grab that you know, the rope itself while his mouth is on it like that, and I'm pulling it to the back of his mouth. See, once he realized that his jaws won't get as tired as the front of his mouth if he put his whole mouth on it, because he got that mountain in the back. It's that mountain that you want grappling down on that, not the front of your fangs with your fangs. You want that mountain of teeth in the back to bite down in there. Yeah, you got a good grip where you ain't got to worry about him sliding across your mouth or burning your mouth because you letting the rope burn you because you're trying to hold on to it with the front of your mouth, with the front teeth. You have dogs that would naturally know how to grab it, but you don't have to always have dogs that do. That's why I carry the ridge, a thing that we use in dog training when it comes to bite work. The ridge. I will bring that equipment in. I'll show you guys. You know, flirt pole and is flirt pole. You know, everybody like that. Me, I wasn't a fan of doing that kind of work on the chain. Prospects, nah. What I'm doing is exercise. I'm basically exercising the yard. When they're out here playing tug of war, I'm out here evaluating. I'm out here evaluating how this one is acting, how this one is acting, how this one is biting. You know, you cannot make a dog do something all in one day, but if you're doing it consistent enough, you can get him to do whatever the hell you want him to do. If you want him to grab it with the back of his mouth, then pay attention and get that puppy time to teach that puppy exactly what you want and how you want him to do it. Give that puppy the individual time to do it right. If it means going through it every other day, guess what? They pick it up. It's still training, part of the life. If you can teach it, they will learn it. Those that need that extra attention, give it to them. Me, I gave it to every single dog on that yard because the expectations that I had set forth to those dogs was very important, not to them, but to me, because later on is when it becomes important. I want to make sure everybody got the same opportunity. There's no questions asked. They can be hot as hell at 12 months old. You won't see me do anything. I let them bang like hell when they was puppies. But once they got 8 weeks old, they never lost anything. I never let them lose. Never let them lose. Even when the bigger dogs is working with the younger dogs, and you know the bigger dogs are a little bigger, I'm holding a rope with the little dog. I'm making sure the little dog feel like he getting it in, getting his in. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm making sure that he getting his pull in and he feeling like he's being competitive. I'm helping them. I'm talking to them. I'm letting them know they're doing a good job. You're getting their mindset that I want, you know, you just sending them in. Yes, sir. You know how you work your dog, how you get your dog excited. You know what it's like. The thing is, I just don't believe in the jumping around and hanging from trees and things like that with a dog that I may end up wanting to match, and I don't want his gums getting tore up or being weakened by hanging on something, because when he's being hooked into another damn animal, he ain't hanging on shit. So I don't get the purpose. It's not helping your biting power for damn sure. So no, I've never been a believer in to hanging something up there and hanging on it, because see, Brad would do it all day. Brad would sit there and hang from a tree if you give her something to hang from. No, if I'm gonna do bite work and I want him to grab on something that I got hanging up there, it's not gonna be where he got to hang from off his feet. I want him to be able to hang and be down on his feet. I want him to at least be able to put his paws down on the ground, if it ain't but nothing but his tippy toes, and let him use his power to pull, because I'm gonna put a spring on my flirts If I'm hanging something, it's going to have a spring on it. It's got to have a spring. I want tension, resistance. This is much a pull as it is to hold it. Once you stretch it out, it takes resistance, or that spring is going to bring it back. So you're using both like push-ups. And they're yerking, they jab. You do it in the air, and this is when you, to me, you have back problems because they're, no, you got all 4 feet on the ground, and you can get it down there, and you can work it. Your jaws might get a little tired. You might have to, because you're pulling on the spring so much, because the tension of the spring is going to be constantly still there. So you might have to loosen up and go up there to take another grab because of the tension of trying to hold it and pull it. But they're not hanging. They're using those body muscles. Not hanging, doing it in mid-air. What the hell is that doing? What is that building? Feet off the ground and they just, what is that doing? Never made sense when I see guys do that. No, I'm looking for digging power and proper biting. Proper biting. Teach the young ones that. Take them out there. Used to take them up to the big part of the yard and take 3 at a time out there and have them running around. They might be 10, 12 weeks old. And just cut them loose, running around out there in the open yard. Now I'm coming down through there with that flirt pole. And why am I having them chase the flirt pole? I don't want them to grab my flirt pole. I want them to chase it. I want them to chase it so much that they stumbling on each other every time they think they got it. And for the ones that get lucky enough to get it, they get a chance to enjoy it. So they learn to look, if he gets it, then I can get it. And that's what they do. You know, one of them will get it. They'll get it. And the one that get it will bring the other 2 right in. Boom, now they're in there. Now all 3 of them is in there. Now, it becomes a little hectic because one minute as they get older, when they're younger, they'll grab their little part and they want to grab their little part and they'll try to sit there and work it amongst each other. Now the tug of war is not with me in the pole, it's with them, with their different parts of that rope working it. And I'm encouraging them like hell. I'm encouraging them like hell. How long do I put them on there and how long do I let them play? You see what I'm saying? It all depends. If they're gonna work it, then you work it. And even then, I'm looking at each individual puppy, making sure that if he wants to keep it, you're gonna learn how to put your whole mouth on it. If I catch them biting with the front of their mouth, I take them off. I keep that brace stick, I pop them right off. No, they'll learn. The only time it don't come off is when I got my whole mouth on it. They ain't no different than a Doberman. They ain't no different than a German Shepherd. They still a fucking dog. You can teach a dog the proper way of doing things by not just teaching them today and then forget about it tomorrow or next week and decide 3 weeks down the line you think he's going to learn the second time doing it. No, I'm going to do it enough that they learn exactly why we're doing this. Exactly why. You're lazy, then you shouldn't be out there. You shouldn't be out there. Because what we're getting is a bond at a young age. And they never lose. I never push them to the point where, you know, I'm going to be the alpha dog and I'm going to demand something out of a puppy that he can't give me. I'm always leaving with encouragement. I'm always leaving with giving me more by accepting what he gave me. Remember, if I'm not popping it out of his mouth, then that means he's doing good. If I'm going in there having to do a handle and popping a puppy off my rope, then that means he's not biting my rope right. And if he goes in there and grab it like that again, I'm gonna pop him off again. And as I'm popping them off, I'm telling them no. And I'm giving them a chance to really put it right there in front of them and give them a chance. If I gotta put all the other 2 puppies up and just work with this puppy here, I'm gonna give him a chance to know what I want. I'll put that rope right there in front of him, put it in his mouth, know he's gonna grab it, but when he grabs it, I'm gonna stick it all the way into his mouth. And then I'm gonna rub his head. Sometimes I'll hold their face down on it and go, good boy. That's what I want right there, and rub his head, letting him know this is what I want. It might take 4 or 5 more other times before he get it to understand. When I close your mouth down on it, I'm not scolding you. This is where I want you to be. I want that rope back here in the back of your mouth. I want you to feel it. And this is what you do. If I was to do that and spend that time, you got 80 dogs on the yard. 80 dogs don't get that kind of treatment every day, but I can guarantee you throughout the week, every one of those dogs will have a chance to get that exercise off between me running down through there or me playing tug of war. My rope can stretch across this way of the yard, or straight across. I'll take a rope and put one on there across the path and put it right there and let them 2 go at it. I can go this way or that way, didn't matter. As long as everybody got their work in. As long as everybody got their work in. And if you're doing it with them as young dogs, at the time they get older, 12, 13, 14 months, guess what? Every one of them dogs, I wouldn't give a damn, but they all turned out to be curs. But one damn thing they're going to learn how to do, you're going to see that they learn how to bite. They know how to bite my rope. They know how to bite my hide. They know how to shake when I want them to shake, because that's all I want to do. If I say shake, they got to first understand what shake means. If they do it naturally, then guess what? I'm petting them. While I see him shaking, I'm going to say shake, shake, shake. That's right, shake, shake. And I'm letting them know. They will learn that that action that they're doing is related to that word that I'm giving. If I'm seeing them shake, then I'm going to say shake when they're shake. And I'm going to let them know, I'm so happy to see you shaking. I'm praising the hell out of them for shaking. But I'm telling them, shake, shake. Encouraging, shake, shake, get that. And they tails get the wagging, I'm stroking them. Oh, this is what you want me to do. I'm still alpha dog. They want to please me. I'm giving them every bit of chance, because all this is going to mean something one day. One day, once they get around 15, 16, you best believe we're invading chain spaces. Yes, we're invading chain spaces. We're starting to invade areas where now we walking dogs in them little areas of theirs that they're used to having. That's their area, their little radius. This is as far as they tend to go. You start walking a dog down through there, imagine what it used to be like when I go to take a dog off the chain. No, I used to take a dog off the chain. I usually put it on the 4-wheel and put it in a cage and ride up through there, because every dog out there is going to be at the end of that chain. And I had a long stretch, so I got 6 rows. So I always had to go down there and grab them with the 4-wheel. I'm going to take the trailer, put them in the crate. If I got 2 of them, I'm going to put 2 crates in there, and then we'll load them up. But never try to walk one down through the yard, because they're all going to be on the end of their chains. You know what I mean? No. And when I'm ready for one to walk down through the yard, I'm going to take him off the chain, and I'm going to take him over there where somebody is that I want him to look at. And it's usually one that, you know, one of my boys out there that's, you know, that old dog that made it back to the chain space, but he's no longer a prospect, but he's a game one. Then guess what? My little young dogs get a chance to bark at him. And the thing I do with the older dog, if I'm running him, I put him in front of my puppy, I'm not intimidating my puppy. I'm giving my puppy all the praise in the world because, one, he's not going to like me handling this other dog. You my daddy. So just the presence of me sitting there telling my puppy to fire up on him and knowing that this old vet is sitting there, yeah, I give you something, bring your little ass over, I eat your little ass up. But guess what? My puppy don't know that. I want my puppy to be mad. All on the end of that chain. Come do me. Let him go. Come do me. Come do me. No, I don't want to do you. I'm teaching you right there. I'm looking at you, wanting to get him because he's wanting to get you. And I'm giving him all the praise. They'll learn their name by me saying their name. Never having to touch nothing. Don't give him no rope. Don't give him no chance to do the tug of war. None of that. I'm just bringing them up there to their space to see what it look like when you got a dog that's wanting to act like he wanting to kill you. Like he want to get your ass. I'm getting my puppy used to even an older, dominant looking dog because you know who the alpha is. I'm the alpha. You should not be scared of nobody but me. It's my mind frame. So if I'm handling this other dog, this dog loves me like this puppy loves me. But guess what? This puppy, I'm not handling. So this puppy going to show me nothing but aggression as long as he see what aggression looks like. And as long as I'm calling his name and I'm telling him, yes, right, boy, good boy, get his ass, get his ass, I want his ass. The boy I'm holding is really tripping, and my puppy's tripping too. It's the mindset. Remember, what else are we going to do? For 12 months, this puppy come of age. 14, 15 months, this puppy come of age. What are we doing? Just sitting there feeding and raking shit? No, I'm not. I'm doing something with everybody. Even the duds. You know, remember I had Stone City bitches. You know, Blondie off of Nico, Nico Jr., bred to Sassy. She was cold, just like all them other Stone City bitches was cold. But one thing for damn sure, she knew how to respond to the you know, the work. She knew how to respond to the work. She just wasn't animal aggressive. That was, you're gonna learn that part as they grow. See, bulldogs will become animal aggressive just because of the work that we're putting in. We're not letting them grab each other. We're just making it competitive. Everything's being competitive. Competitive. You're not wanting to be competitive. You're not going to want to be competitive. I'm going to see it. It's going to show in your actions, in your growth. Yeah, I'll play tug of war. I'll take it from him and he'll go crazy wanting to get it and want to get the motherfucker who got it because he's mad at me because I let him keep it and took it away from him. So he's going to be jumping on the end of his chain going off. You know what I'm saying? And the dog who got it, he's going to be teasing him because he's going to be trying to shake the hell out that thing because he got it and the other one don't. So it's a mindset thing. Like the Marine Corps, again, I've always said, like the Marine Corps did me. They kept running me. Now they're sticking a rifle in my hand. The rifle felt heavy, bigger than me. Now you got me running with the rifle. Holding the rifle in a certain position while I'm running. And I got to stay on track with the click, 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 click while we run because everything we do has to be 1 foot, one sound. Clack, 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 clack. That's even in the running. So my body, when I first did it, wasn't used to that. It was horrible. I was getting cussed out constantly. Get that goddamn rifle up, Dennis. Well, guess what? What I couldn't do for 3 days, I got right in 4 and 5 days. because my body got used to it. That's why they do certain things in the Marine Corps and they stay on it. If we gonna run every day a mile, then every morning be ready to wake up, go through your morning routine, put your rack together, go to the child hall, come back, get ready to put your PT gear on, because guess what we getting ready to go out and do? We getting ready to go running. And we're going to keep on running until we get used to running, knowing this is what you're going to do every day. My body got used to the running. Then my body got used to running with the rifle. Then my body got used to running with the rifle in the backpack. You know what I'm saying? It's the continuation of what they were doing, the process. You don't even want to know about the mental fuck. The mental fuck was the screaming and the hollering. See, the mental torture was the consistent, constant hollering and screaming. This is what they did. There was nothing nice about those guys. Nothing. One thing you didn't want them to do is say your name, call you out. No, because they made it a practice to be in your face. You know, your mama slaps the shit out of you, and you accept that when your mama slaps you because she loves you. And you're supposed to give her the due respect, and hopefully you're the child enough to accept it. You know what I'm saying? But the Marine Corps, when they slap you, this ain't your mama or your daddy. You understand what I'm saying? It ain't your mama or your daddy. And they don't love your ass. But guess what? He'll slap the shit out of you, and you'll still stand there and go, yes, sir. Act like you don't get it. Act like your ass did not get it. It was totally amazing the way they did that. The way they really just took whatever you was when you left your hometown and landed on that base. They stripped you of all that. All that. Your hair, your dignity, everything gone. Now it's a new blackboard in your life. And they're the ones putting on that blackboard what they want on there. It was building killers. Killers with no second guessing. Know how to hit a switch that would turn you to a stone killer immediately. Because they worked on that. Consistently and constantly. Mental work. Did they want to see you lose? Yeah, they want to see you lose once they get you together. No, they just didn't throw me out there and looking for me to lose. No, they gave me all the opportunities to build on what they were doing. The whole time they was doing this, they were building something. You don't know, you just doing what the hell they telling you. Because if you don't, you liable to get the shit smacked out of your ass, or he gonna be all up in your face, spitting in your face, going the fuck off, probably grabbing you by your throat if you act like you don't like it. It's constantly putting the expectations of what they expect from you. Their expectations. Don't give a damn of what yours are. Don't give a damn about your expectation. You better figure out their expectation. Like I had to get that through to every damn dog on my yard. There's an expectation. And that's just the base foundation. You're going to do what I tell you to do because I'm the alpha dog of this pack. Period. You'll be glad to see me, but you will shut up. Yeah, how happy you are. You're going to shut up when I say shut up. I don't care how happy you are. You're going to get out my damn way when I go to feeding and raking up shit. Care how happy you are. Because that's what's expected of you. You know what I like. And you know what I want when I step into that chain. Why do they learn that? Because I'm doing it every day. What are you doing in your puppy's life? You just feed them, giving them water, Oh, man, look how good my yard look. Yeah, it sure look good. It's clean as hell, too. But I'm going to show you the difference between your yard and my yard. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying? Mine come around 16 months old, and it's time for me to look at mine. I'm looking at mine on my own yard. My schooling, I have enough dogs that didn't pass the test on my own yard. If you quit, you're gone. There's no change space for nothing to quit. There's nothing even to go back home to if you quit. It's like flunking in the Marine Corps. If you quit, you're through. Through. You ain't that? You understand that? This is what the government says. If you quit on us, you are through. In the United States Marine Corps, you're done. You cannot do what's expected of you. Then you're through. Now, those are humans. So what do I need to be saying to my dogs? If you don't stand to your expectation of what I said, you're through. Bottom line. So when I go in and take my little schoolers in there, I'm bringing one in that's going to school their ass. Most of you guys go in there and take your little dog in there and then throw this old grown bear on their ass and, oh, he did real good. Well, no. There's a process to even into that. Start introducing your dog to what he want to do. Long before I even start checking my puppies, I'm bringing dogs in front of them. Remember, I just told y'all that little story. How you take them off, bring them over there, let them tug of war. Remember those times? You take it away from him, what's that puppy doing on the end of the chain? He mad because he ain't got that rope, but you're going to let this dude play with the rope with you and you got him in front of me? I'm going to beat his ass. A couple of those, and guess what you're going to have? You're going to have a hot puppy. You're going to have a hot puppy. And I wouldn't take my puppy off the chain until I realized that if I cut this puppy loose, he's going to run over and hit something. There's no need to take him off if he ain't willing to do that before I take him off the chain. He's not willing and ready that when I take him off that chain and he see another dog, and he's not standing there bouncing all over my hand wanting to do something. I don't know what the hell to do, but he know he want to get over there and get that. Then he gonna stay on the chain until he get to that point. But you gotta remember something. It's being done. These dogs don't get off the chain and clean themselves. These dogs don't get off the chain and clean up their own shit. Everything that has to do with them dogs, I have to do for them. Everything. Everything. They're chained up like prisoners. Like they're in jail. Like basically that's how we look when we go to jail. We're in these cages. We can't do nothing for ourselves. Nothing for ourselves when you're locked up. Yeah, you can go bathe yourself and all that other shit, but other than that, everything else is being controlled. Your dog is the same way. He's damn near like an infant. He needs you to do everything for him. It's my responsibility to make sure he's healthy. It's my responsibility to make sure I get that I've been making every month. My responsibility to make sure I check their shit every month. My responsibility to make sure they get their shots every month, when they need them. My responsibility to be the pack leader of those pack of dogs. And if they don't get it, then that means I'm not expressing myself in the right way for them to understand it. So what do I expect out of a fucking dog that don't know none of that? And you hear all these other people who really ain't probably never touched a goddamn dog and never put a dog in keep, ain't had no idea or nothing about how to do a dog. But you think when you listen to them running their damn mouth, they know every damn thing. I sit back and I don't say shit because it ain't my yard. I just be waiting for their ass to get stupid enough to come test me. See, as long as you ain't stepping in my world, I don't care how you raise your shit. But if you ever doubt me, bring that shit over here, is how I used to be. See, we didn't have no, you know, what I call, you know, Mr., you know, people that act like they know dogs. You know, them kind of people. We didn't have those kind of people around in our area. There's too many great dog men. You would be a fool to be running your mouth, acting like you know some damn dogs, and we know your ass and we know you ain't got shit. And you running your mouth talking like you know something, you wouldn't last. That's all I see today, a bunch of that. I see a whole bunch of that. I guess that's how it is today. Do too much talking for your animals. You got too much hope for your animals. I'm not a Marine until I complete Marine Corps boot camp. Once I complete Marine Corps boot camp, I am now part of the few and the proud. And the things that I went through, the things that I had to overcome, the person I had to be to make it through that shit, I am definitely not the one you want to try. And that goes for any Marine. Ask them. We are the spear point of the United States. We are the key. The smallest branch in the United States government military, yet we are the baddest bunch in the United States military. We can get out of the Marines and go into anybody else's goddamn branch. I can go into the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, National Guard, never had to go to their boot camp. Why? Why? What makes me so special? Because the way I was raised, the way I was trained, the job that I was trained to do. Now, come out of the Army and try to come and be in the Marines. Come out of the Navy and try to go be in the Marines. You're going to go through Marine Corps boot camp. Expectations, yes. Government doing this. So if we're working for the government with human beings, damn it sure it would work for me and these damn dogs. That's how I looked at it. Me and Mike was the smallest damn dudes in the damn thing. Smallest ones. Yeah, I stood there and took punches from all my drill instructors to the point that they had to go get this big ass Samoan to come down there and put me down. I had so much cut in my body as I'm a young man. I'm 18 years old. They put a cut on my abdomen, my cut. I am an old man and I still have a six-pack. An old man still got a six-pack that they built. They did that. They put that there. They did that. Trying to make me quit. Too small. Can't kill nobody hand to hand. Well, goddamn it, we're going to find out because I made it. So that means I was able to kill whatever size. The will, the gameness, the ability, the heart, and the mentality. Same expectations you expect out your yard. I don't want my dog just to learn how to fight. I want my dog to know how to fight and be confident in what he knows. And be confident that I'm right there with him, pushing him. This is how it goes. Fighting for the squad. Fighting for me. No, you don't go in there and just set a puppy down. You gotta first make sure that you can let him go. If you can't let him go and he scratch on his own, then you need to put him back on the chain. You know, most guys just sit there and let their dog just run, get loose and let a dog jump on them and let them come into it that way. Well, to me, you know, what if you don't? To me, you want to get him beat up a little bit unnecessarily when he's not ready. You can do that a whole lot easier without doing that. You don't have to go through all that, y'all. You can glide your puppy right on in there. You believe me, when it comes time to go. Look, I did it with little Mayday at 14 months old. This was right after he broke Brat's leg at 12 months old. At 14 months old, we put him on Charlie. Charlie was the dog that was supposed to go into Tyrone before Tyrone dropped dead. Charlie was an older dog. But I put little Mayday on Charlie at 14 months old, where all the dogmen could see. And believe me, that day right there is when they realized what kind of dog Mayday was. Because they saw a 14-month-old dog turned around and went on to be a champion, 4-time winner. Yeah, he went on to be a 4-time winner. He was the dog that was set to go into Tyrone. And it would have been a good one. The thing was I did that to that little Mayday puppy because he had it up here. Both of them was crazy as hell. There was no doubt that they was going to scratch and go into one. Did I know how good that was going to be? Nope. Had no idea. All I did is worked on what was going to get them there. Once they start to fight, this is when I get a chance to see what's going to be. Prior to that, I was building up to that point. Building up. Knowing how to bite with your whole mouth. That's how he broke Brat's leg. That's how he broke Brat's leg. He bit her on her leg with that whole mouth and broke him 2 places. What he bit down on, what he had in his mouth, that was everything on the outside of his mouth was broke. Brat's leg was broken 2 places. Right where he bit her, he broke it on both sides of his mouth. That showed me he was biting. He bit down on it and he snapped them. Both ends of that bone. It didn't stop her though. And it didn't really stop her career. She just had a bent leg. But it never stopped anything. And when I put him down 2 months later, around a bunch of dog men, you know, we always doing our little puppy events before the great shows, you know, where we all get a chance to do this and do that. Well, I was one of them that had a chance to bring in the Mayday dog when nobody even knew what they were. They knew who Mayday was. Because they knew I had one. I had a male and a female. A couple of guys was talking about it because a couple of them was around when I put Brat and little Mayday on each other. And they saw her get her leg broke. They knew that right then that those dogs was already special because there wasn't nobody's puppy acting like these two. So yeah, there was a buzz. There was a buzz because there was the only Mayday dogs around in our area. I had them. They really didn't know who Mayday was or what Mayday was. They just know that, you know, Twin got one and, you know, the buzz was in the journal, but they didn't really know who he was or what he was. They knew we had Amber. They knew we had Red Ace. They knew Red Ace went over to Puerto Rico and lost. She lost because she wanted to lose. Because they knew what kind of dog she was. Everybody was saying, Twin, you could have bought her back. But why? And I got puppies off of Mayday. Yeah, so this is what they were doing. Red Ace went to the same routine. You know, I think, again, you know, Red Ace had enough heart to defend herself. And that came from her being raised, because the only reason she defended herself when I said to her, look, if you don't like what this bitch is doing, you need to get her out of there. Stop all this screaming and hollering, get her out of there. When I said get her out of there, it must have been the magic word. It didn't encourage her to kick on and fight. It kicked on her to encourage her to fight for her life. Because for 15 minutes, you got a badass bitch just eating you alive. And you're not even trying to defend yourself. But believe me, you don't like it, goddammit, do something about it. Get her ass out of there. And it's all of a sudden, she snapped on. And when she snapped on, it didn't take her but 5 minutes to prove to everybody why she was there. That's all, 5 minutes, 5 minutes. And she got her out of there and she had her laying there on the ground in 5 minutes. She just didn't take advantage of it because she did what she wanted to do, and that was get her off of her. And then she spit her out. But it had nothing to do with her training. I think what had something to do with her training was the fact that she had the will to want to protect herself after getting smashed and realized that I was still there with her. Well, you still there with me, you know, you've been treating me bad ever since we got here, you know, and I had. I mean, she didn't get out of the plane, you know, out of the crate at the airport. She didn't ever want to get out of the crate when we got her to where we was at. She wouldn't get right around all the other dogs that we was trying to take her around. You know, I didn't attend to her shock. Because if I was going to attend to her shock, I shouldn't have done that, what I did. You see what I'm saying? If I was going to attend to her, I wouldn't have did her. And you know, if I had to do it all over again, I would say it again. I wouldn't have did her. Because I was not thinking about her. I was thinking about getting it done because I know how she was. All they got to do is let this bitch kick on. I'll show you why I'm here. There was more to it than that. And that was the flaws in my game plan. Oh, I had the right dog. I just didn't bring the right dog with me because I lost it somewhere along the trip and didn't care about her. Because I believed in her that much that once she kick on, believe me, once this bitch get on, I wouldn't give a damn. Once she kick on, it's going to be, you'll see why I've been here, why I came. And she did kick on. And she only kicked on because I told her, look, if you don't like this shit, I'm been right here. Got to get her out of there then. And she took one look at me and did just that. In 5 minutes, Tommy Boy was down. Not even trying to fight. That's why we got the out of hold count. And Tommy had to scratch in 5 minutes. So I know that the mentality of all this stuff, it works. You know, that was just a learning experience for me. But you best believe anybody see me go with my dogs, they will all tell you, every single one of them will tell you, Twin has them damn dogs on point. You ain't just in there whooping a dog, you got to whoop that dude. That dude and that dog, we're a motherfucker. We don't do shit alone. We come in with a system. We come in with a system to the whole keep. Remember I told you about the schooling? No. Your dog ain't ready to run in there and do it on his own, then put him back on the chain until he is ready. And that means spending time by taking dogs and teaching them, you know, first of all, the fear. The tug of war takes the fear out. To do that enough, the dog going in front of them, bigger dog being in front of them, is not going to bother them. Oh, this is the past. Well, guys, y'all know this is the past. So I want to tell y'all what I did. All right? Hey, we got somebody in there that need to put up the disclaimer. I'm only speaking of me. So this is what I did. All right? I don't want nobody catching it the wrong way. I'm telling you what I did. It's still a mentality thing, and I'm going to keep on saying it. You know? Now, based on that, based on what I did, you know what I'm saying? It don't take them out if they're not ready. If they cannot do it on their own, then they should not be forced to do it. And if they want to do it, then all you should be working on is their aggression and the level of aggression and how well at the highest peak of aggression will they still listen and hear you. Where they wag their tail when you go, yes, sir, son. You know, there's one way to wagging your tail, but there's another way you wag your tail when I know you communicate me and you hear me. For those who know, they know. They're going to probably say, fact. Your dog hear you, he will wag his tail in a certain way, letting you know, I hear you, daddy. If I want to send him in, like Mike said, send him in, Reese. Oh, you're getting ready to get punished. You're getting ready to get punished because we work on that. When we send them in at a level that we've seen. Ain't gonna be nothing new to us. It's not gonna be nothing new. I basically see what I expect to see when I go to put my dog down. My prospect, when he finally becomes a Marine, that's the dog that makes it to that box. And all that other shit that didn't make it, they're not Marines. They ain't Marines, curs and all. The game ones, they're not Marines. Only dogs that get that kind of credit is the dogs who built it, made it, went out there and done it. They all can't do it. I don't care how good you treat them. I don't care how good you work them. I don't care how good you put your time into them. If they ain't got it, they just ain't got it. And if they cur out, no problem. Expectations of the yard. Go find them a good home. You know what I mean? Not wasting another 24 hours on them. I tell you that. I don't have that kind of time. Before the ones that wanted to put forth that effort and gave it to me, they learned. They learned to deal with me. They learned to operate with me. They learned how to cope with me. And they knew what to expect from me. And they knew what I expected from them. In all aspects. When I got my prospects, hey, look, once they get to moving around 14, then 16, then 18, it didn't take us to do nothing but we rolled Brat 3 times. And once we rolled Brat 3 times, we was matching Brat. Brat was 18 months old when we first took her out. It wasn't even about schooling. Didn't need to school her. She was already a nut. Mom was 5 years old and she was a veteran, and Brat knew Mama was an older dog, but Brat just didn't have no respect for her. You know, Brat was really a badass. You know, something about them Mayday dogs. I'm telling you, I've dealt with many dogs, but there was something about those dogs. It was a look of intensity that I seen in her and little Mayday that I didn't see in all the other dogs. Mikey was a good one. Judah was a good one. Dusty was a good one. But they didn't have that that Mayday puppies had. They was on a whole nother level. I mean, when you go to take them somewhere, man, and you go ready to let Brat or one of them go, they already on nod mode, like, boom, they stuck. I mean, stuck. Ears, no, they hear me. Oh, they hear me. But their mindset be on something that I didn't see in a lot of dogs. And I'm going to tell you what made those dogs so famous. It was that level that all the other dogs were like right here. There was just something about them dogs. I had them. That when they went to Saiyan, they had another level, like Super Saiyan. You know, there's something in them that they just was like, you seen crazy dogs. We've seen them kind of dogs, but no, no. There's something in those Mayday dogs that made them different. And I see, when I talk about Mayday dogs, but all you people, a lot of you people don't like Mayday dogs, maybe because y'all haters. The dumb shit that I hear people talk about Mayday, find me somebody who matched dogs and call Mayday a bum. Don't go giving me somebody who don't even match a damn dog to call Mayday a bum. Who ain't never matched a dog in their life and ain't call him and try to make his career like he didn't built some shit. Mayday be 2 4-time winners. That's 8 dogs. That's 8 dogs that weight. 2 4-time winners for 3 and 4. That's 8 dogs that these 2 dogs whooped to get the Mayday. You gonna tell me these dogs weren't great dogs that they was putting him on? And you got 2 of them 4-time winners? The second one was against, I think, a 2-time winner. You know, these are the things that, like, there weren't heavyweights running around here. Well, where did these other 8 come from? That's 10 dogs in total right there. 10 dogs in total. The 2 dogs and 1 that made them 4-time winners, and then you count the 2 dogs. Ain't that 10 big dogs? Do the math. Do the math. This is for all you, you know, I don't know what to call you, because I don't have a name for you. But you explain to me how you got 10 dogs, and you're going to tell me that maybe they didn't have a class out there that he could whoop on? Okay, then let's go. Let's do a little something better than that. Yeah, Little May's sister. Actually, 2 Little May sisters that was both champions. What makes them any different? If anything, they bring more clarity to him. If that's not smart enough for you, and this is for you knuckleheads, and I'm going to call you knuckleheads, and I'm going to tell you what I call some people knuckleheads. Because y'all could be in a game, and y'all can be raising your dogs, y'all can be feeding your dogs, you can be doing all the right thing for your dogs, but y'all let somebody come up in your world and run their mouth to y'all and have never done half of what y'all done. But y'all sit there and listen to that shit. Yeah, I'm sitting back watching you. I'm sitting back watching you. Y'all will sit there and listen to us, a nobody, a nothing. So when I talk about Mayday, I'm gonna use him in particular because I was talking about Brat and Little Mayday. Brat and Little Mayday. Where did they get that shit from? This big ass dog named Mayday, who was a 4-time winner when I bred to him, who was a grand champion when I bred his daughter back to him, and he didn't have no competition. He made Dog of the Year because there was no competition, yet he whooped for 3 and 4 4-time winners, champions. A total of 10 dogs right there. Them 2 dogs had to whoop 8 dogs before they got to Mayday. Yet Mayday didn't have no competition. Who y'all listening to? Now, I didn't set my piece on it. Who you gonna listen to? Huh? I got champions off of Mayday. The person running their mouth or the people running their mouth, what they got? Have they even done anything to even know what it takes to get that far? So don't take my words and compare it to a nobody. I'm telling y'all that now. Because I won't talk about the nobody. I'll talk about y'all for being stupid enough to even question me about a nobody. They even put me in the level of the same conversation with a nobody. They ain't done nothing close to what you've done to this point in your own yard. So behave and listen to what I'm telling you. And just on top of that, he had 2 sisters who was champions. But let's go a little deeper than that. Let me tell y'all something. Mayday had 11 champions before he left Miami, Florida. 11. 4 females and 7 males. 3 of those males were grand champions. Listen to that now, y'all. And y'all telling me this dog didn't have no competition, made Dog of the Year, grand champion himself, but he had 11 champions before he left this United States. So what? Let's just give them the benefit of the doubt and say, man, they didn't have no competition. Okay, so let's go on that for y'all who want to, let's give it to him. Let's get that to the bone. Let's make him relevant and let's give him that much. And then you explain to me nothing, how he was able to have 11 champions. 4 of them was grand champions. 3 of them was grand champions right at the time. 3 of them. Luke Kane, Barracuda and Hunch. That's 4 of them right there. I mean, 3 of them right there. 3 of them. 3 out of 7 were grand champions. Out of them 11 dogs, guys. Out of them 11 dogs, how many of them lost? How many losses in them 11 wins? I mean, them 11 dogs. How many losses? We can add up all the wins, but let's go over here to the loss category. And how many losses do we have out of those 11 dogs? Here we do. There you go. Yes, he is. Yes. Noriega. And how did he lose? He lost being in an irrelevant person's hands. Too proud to give it to a relevant person. You know what I mean? He wanted to be the person. You know, again, another dog man who wasn't really relevant, but wanted to take the dog to make himself relevant and mess the dog up. The only loss out of them 11 dogs. The only loss out of them 11 dogs, and he still killed the dog. The dog still didn't make it. Did he quit? No, he didn't quit. Basically, neither dog made it. And it was a short match. That gives you an idea. Terrible shape, yet he was still being able to whoop a pretty good dog. But that just tells you about the dog. Now, you give me something like that in my yard. You give me something like that in my yard. And then I'm over there looking at Stone City. These are the dogs that I'm bringing into my yard. Yeah, I seen Yellow Buck. Yeah, I seen Nico. I seen them Puerto Rican dogs. Yeah, now the twin coming back with a Stone City dog. Don't nobody know who Stone City is. They don't know who Little Buck is. First, the nigga come up in here with a Mayday dog. Really didn't know who he was until they start watching Brat and Little Mayday. Then you see Little Buck come up in through there. They don't even know who he was. All they know, he came from Puerto Rico. Twins bought that monkey back in Puerto Rico. Who he off of? Champion Yellow Buck. He wasn't even a grand champion yet. Champion Yellow Buck coming off of champion Miss Nico. Who is this shit? Nobody knows this stuff coming right off a Buck. No, they ain't had no idea. Now look at the 2 lines that I'm sitting in the yard with. All because I had that red bitch named Amber. We picking up what we seeing. We know we see all that yellow. Well, that's one thing for damn sure. We knew what Amber was. We knew what Red Ace was coming off of Amber, so anything that had yellow in it, had our ears pointing like Doberman pinchers. And they was winning. You understand what I'm saying, people? This is how we was able to get our hands on those kind of dogs, by paying attention. What I saw from Mayday, I wanted to see out of my own yard. And I gave my yard all the work in the world. I gave Brat, sent her down to Virginia, and I kept Little Mayday. I wasn't crazy about females. Keep me with the males. I put work in the Little Mayday. Brat came back, and she came back with her sister, but her sister died. Brat made it through it, but her sister died. When Brat got back on my yard, I put Brat through it. That's why Brat was able to be matched at 18 months old. I didn't have to never get her. I think Brat put in maybe 7 minutes total time in her schooling, even then come down to checking her. We didn't know how game she was. We didn't have no idea on how game she was. And to this day, we still don't know how game she was. Because she was that kind of dog, that crazy. All we can tell y'all, when she wasn't in the box, y'all, she was biting and fighting and everything else. From a doghouse to a chain, to a tree, to a branch, to anything, she's all day long. You know, I had a vet tell me the only reason Sarah Kell didn't have no puppies because you had her in the wrong place. you had a cold bitch sitting next to a dog that was constantly trying to kill her every day. And I did. I kept Sarah Kell around over there by Brat in case one of the dogs got loose. They wouldn't go over there and kill Sarah Kell. They would have to get past Brat to get to Sarah Kell. But Sarah Kell she had to eat her food way on the other side, on the side of the dog house, where, you know, because she wouldn't eat. She wouldn't even want to go near her pan, as long as Brat was over there slobbering and slapping at the end of the chain. Brat wouldn't even eat. But she saw Sarah Kell going towards that bowl. So I had to move the bowl way on the other side, on the back side of the dog house, so Sarah Kell can go over there and eat and drink her water and, you know, and try to have a normal life. But they was like the stress part is why she wasn't having puppies. And because guess what? As soon as she left my yard, she went to have puppies. When they bred her to Nasty Nick, she had puppies. Yeah, I bred her to Buck Rogers. I bred her to Mate too. I bred her to Twisted Nico and didn't have nothing. If I'd have stuck her up there at the top of the yard, I probably would have got missing puppies. But me not knowing no better, I didn't know. But that played a part. Okay, maybe the stress did do it. But the thing was, man, when those dogs was finally ready to go, same with Mama. I didn't have to do much with Mama either. See, we didn't have to put Mama and them down for no time. What I saw out of them, I was like, I'm going in to lose. Let's be honest. I believed in what I was doing. I put my work in for the whole time that Brat was on the yard and they brought Brat back. I took Little Mayday up. I got Pretty Mama. I didn't have but 2 dogs that I had to work with, and that was her and Pretty Mama. And now that's just those 2 dogs. That whole life was evolving around those 2 dogs. I moved from Ohio to Florida with those 2 dogs and a German Shepherd guard dog named Bo. Mike had Hans, Excalibur. That's what his name was. They called him X-Man, but his name was Excalibur. Another Rottweiler that I had, trained up. You know, gave him the Mike. And I had Bo, but we're gonna keep us some guard dogs. And I had them 2 bitches. It was so much easier when you put time into these dogs where we had a communication. Like Pretty Mama. There was a difference between Pretty Mama and Brat. Brat was focused in on doing everything she could at a very fast pace, and it was just, she was like, I'm gonna put it like this. Mayday had 4 bitches. And them 4 bitches was better than all those males, them 7 males. Them 4 bitches, 2 red-nosed bitches and 2 black-nosed bitches. Them 4 bitches was the baddest bitches off of Mayday. They were better than every one of them males. They was better than Twisted 600. They was better than all of them. Nigga. They were better than all of them. Them 4 bitches. May, Chanel, Brat, and Annabelle. I would have to put Maybe in number 1. I would put Brat and Chanel as a tie, but I got to give it to Chanel. She did win 4. And I got to also give it to Annabelle. She had to work a little harder. But I don't think she didn't have that. I saw Annabelle win, and she didn't have the talent that them other 3 bitches had. Them other 3 bitches were straight killers. I seen Annabelle punch one in the chest, though, and the dog started swelling up like it had a punctured lung. I seen that. But, you know, plausibility-wise, them bitches was bad as hell. 2 red nose and 2 black nose. Them 2 red bitches was nothing to play with, but them 2 black noses, especially May, they had ability that was on an 11 scale. I don't care how good your shit was, they was gonna make you look bad. And believe me, you was not gonna whoop Brad anyway. Not with the training and the conditioning and Brat being who she was. Brat loved me. because I let her be Brat. She had a perfect name. Yes, she did. Da Brat. Perfect name. Straight nut I mean, when I say nut case. She taught me how to deal with Mayday dogs. You know, I mean, she was gumless by the time she was 26, 27 months. I would have to say by the time she won her championship, I would say about 2 or 3 months after that, Brat was working on gums. It's probably why we did her early, because we knew we was going to lose those teeth, because she fought everything. If you didn't give her something to chew on, she was being every day. You would go outside, y'all, and you would see, you would thought it rained. That's how much slobber was around Brat. That's how much slobber was around Brat. She would dig into the ground into where the trees was and just get down in there and just grab the roots. She gonna find something to bite on. Something. I mean, she could have been a 5-time, she could have been a 10-time winner. We could have just kept her off of biting on shit. See, back then, I wouldn't have put her in no crate because she would have bit her way out of the crate. We had her in the cage and she just kept tearing up the chain link fences that we was putting her in. We had to start putting plywood in the thing. Then we had to start putting it on the top, you know, because now she's hanging on, you know, she ain't big enough to jump up there and grab the chain link, but she's big enough that she could jump up there and grab it and be hanging on it. She was just real hard to handle, you know, so it was relative that we got her out there on the chain. It made life a little easier on us, but she tore up every tree I put her on. She chopped it down. I put her in the doghouse. She chopped up the doghouse. I mean, it was really not much I could do with her. I mean, and
we gave her a tie to keep her off the
barrel.
We
gave her a tie to keep her off the barrel. Then we had to give up the tire because the tire has those little wire things in it. And, you know, once she got down into that area there, it was just no good. We couldn't let her keep on having that because she would go and bite the whole rim on the outside of the tire, just be sitting inside the tire, biting on the, you know, where the rim would sit. She would just be sitting inside there and just gnawing, crunching, until she just got all that wire out. Now she's got a tug-of-war thing that she's grabbing on the wire, you know what I'm saying, tearing up, just pulling it out through the rubber. I mean, she was just a terrible dog to handle. She was. But she was a badass. And she was every bit like Chanel and May May and Annabelle. Those were them bitches was bad. I think the thing that would really help me, even during the keeps, was I could ask for things out of my dogs that y'all, I hear a lot of guys talk shit, you know, and y'all hear me talking about pace, and y'all hear me talking about roids. Roids, again, I'm gonna say this. There's things that a lot of us dog men do. It's just part of the game. You know what I'm saying? I mean, y'all can talk shit about guys that use steroids, you know, I guarantee if you was matching dogs, it wouldn't matter. If you ain't matching dogs, shut up. That goes for all the people out there that don't match dogs that want to tell me about natural and steroids. You ain't matched the dog, shut up. Because if you was matching dogs, it don't even make a damn difference whether you're on roids or not. The roids never made the dog anyway. It may enhance this. That's all it is an enhancement. But it don't make a dog. So, and I say shut up because, I mean, you don't need to be speaking. And this is on some real shit. If you ain't never done it, shut up. You don't have nothing to say. You don't even have an opinion. Know your place. If you ain't never done it, have your opinion, but your opinion does not rank in a place of dog man who's done it. Give them the respect. I call it disrespect when you let nobodies act like you are somebody and don't know shit. At least you might know it, but if you ain't done it, then you need to shut up. We got too much of that going on in this game today. Too much. And you're confusing a lot of people that want to be something. Remember, you can't do what I did because it's not plausible now. So at least show some dignity and give those who have their respect and stop trying to find a way to be relevant with the disrespect. Because to me, that's how I look at it. And I look at the people who's listening and gravitating to it in the same way that I look at the person that's rolling in their mouth. I look at the people listening to it as just as the biggest dummy as the dummy that's running their mouth is the dummy that's listening to that shit. Y'all might take that shit a little to heart, but so what? It's the truth. You don't want to take the truth, then hey, not my fault. I ain't gonna stop me from saying it. For what it is, it is. Steroids didn't make my dogs. My dogs was already bulldogs. When I get in the box with my dogs got expectations coming from me. Maybe y'all don't look for those expectations in y'all dogs, but y'all ain't me. There's a lot of guys out here that think they know me, but you have no idea. Nothing. You don't know nothing about me and my brother. Y'all think you do. But just by us having this podcast, there's so many things that a lot of guys was right there in our face did not know how much we was out there and how much we've been around, because we don't tell everybody, and it ain't everybody's business. And sometimes you don't want people to know what you're doing for the right reasons. You know what I mean? I mean, look, we was on our own thing, and I don't think we was really worried about everybody else anyway. I mean, I was around the kind of people that, you know, I had the opportunity to come into the game being taught by some of the baddest guys out there. We all read about them all the time. You hear about them all the time. There's not too many guys that I've been out there that he was just a local hero. I mean, the only guy that I can talk about that y'all really probably didn't know is my boy Sheriff Powell. And your ass as hell can't say y'all don't know him now, especially when he has everything to do with the double grand champion. Everything. Without him, he's not even a story we're talking about. But because of her, he's definitely a story to talk about. The only dog man that's been in my life that everybody didn't know. The only one. From Noonie, Big Rob, to all of them. Y'all done heard the names. These guys showed me what a bulldog looked like, and I had to follow the pattern. Just like I'm telling you guys what it takes to be a Marine, them guys showed me what it took to be a hell of a dog man and what kind of dog I needed. I couldn't take the average dog and make a brat. I couldn't take an average dog and make a pretty mama or a Buck Rogers or a baby to produce what she produced, or a Mikey or Judo, Psycho. I can't take average dogs and make them dogs like them dogs. No, I can't. Them dogs had it in them. I was able to embrace and put my 2 cents in it to make it better. It's like me in a Malinois. Y'all seen my boy. Y'all seen him at 11 weeks. That damn dog 3 years old now. Imagine what he's acting like now. I can't take no average Malinois and make him like him. He was already set that way. He was already the dog that I could groom. It's like those Bulldogs. Everybody won't make the team. Everybody did not make it on the team. But there was an expectation to be on the team. If you made it back to the change spot, that means you had a home. No way in the hell am I taking a prospect and putting on any one of them. Why would I want to put them on any one of them and they ain't match dogs? Somebody explain that one to me. Who's scared to watch their shit get beat up for free? We sure as hell weren't. We take our match dogs, our prospects, and put them on each other. Somebody's going to lose. Somebody's not going to make the NBA team. That's just the way it is. We didn't hide from that fact. Why am I going to take a dog and put him on a prospect when he ain't even a prospect his damn self? I need two prospects to go into each other. It's the only way you're going to make it out my yard. You understand what I'm saying, people? Because of what I put into him, like my Malinois, my expectations of when I put his ass on a human being, hey, I can't just go out there and grab somebody's dog and say, I can get your dog to do what my dog do if he ain't got it in him. If he ain't got it in him, I don't give a damn what I do. He will not be that hard. I can teach him how to bite. Yeah, bite. But when he get down like this one right here, the real deal, no, he won't. Because I can't enhance unless there's something there to enhance. And every dog that we've ever took out there, one thing we had in our mindset, we know what Marines look like. We knew what it was to be a Marine. So with that in mind, I know what it took to win with a dog. Whether he gonna be attacking something or hitting something, I know what it looked like and what he got to give me. Everybody might act like that, but everybody can't be part of the few and the proud. I'm just letting y'all know. Everybody can't be like the few and the proud. So all the going hard dogs was on the yard that didn't make it to them few and the proud, we don't talk about no more. Y'all don't even fucking know them. And they were game dogs that sat out there on the chain. But they weren't them few and the proud. They didn't make it there to be called the Marines or going hard match dog. Win or lose, I'm there to lose. Like us going to war, we're there to lose. But we got enough training, we got enough heart in us to know what we was trained to do, get it done. And that's how I directed my yard. I am the commanding officer of the Going Hard Dogs. I am the A Alpha. My expectations run high. Y'all might not like a lot of my decisions, but I don't give a fuck because I'm the one feeding and cleaning up shit. So don't be telling me, man, I want to put my dog on your road. And my road dog don't roll. They might go on puppies, but they're for schooling, but I don't use them on prospects. What am I going to get out of using a road dog on a prospect? Really? Really? Somebody tell me that. How y'all going to take a prospect and try to find something to put on him instead of trying to find a prospect to put on him? You're getting this for free. So why don't you go get your free look for real? I mean, every one of my dogs that I did it to, I'm telling you, man, I bought in killers. I bought in killers. Because I would go look for prospects if I got to go to knock on doors. And guess what I was finding out? My prospects, when they listen to me, they be like getting up out of there real quick. We ain't be rushing his dogs. Well, guess what? This is what I was doing when we was playing tug of war. This is what I was doing when I was flirting. This is what I was doing when I was doing bite work. This is what I was doing when I was doing wall work. This is what I was doing when I was pulling weights. This is what I was doing when I was putting them on the electric mill. This is what I was doing when I was putting them on the treadmill. This is what I was doing when I was putting them in the water. These are the things that I was doing. And for what? The same reason I was using steroids. To enhance. To enhance. If I want more, then let me get in this shot. This shit supposed to work. How am I gonna get it to work if I don't know how far to go? You know what I mean? I knew how far to go. I was not only just skeeting roids in them, I was feeding them all the shit that it would take to help these roids fix up what I'm tearing up. Because guess what? If they love me, they're going to get in there and go, when I go, get in there. And guess what they're going to do? Because they're used to that. I send my Malinois in there to hit him, and I get to talking to him, and he get to want to yank your ass, and all of a sudden you can feel that bite coming through that sleeve. Because he hears me. He hears me. Well, I know if my Mally can do it on the sleeve, and everybody tell you can feel him when you start talking to him. I'm pretty sure you can. That's probably how I feel when I'm telling them bulldogs too. Hita, hita, hita. Oh boy, how they understand that word. They all understand that word. You know, it's just the tone. Repetitious. Repetition is a philosophy that I give all you guys. I mean, a lot of you guys is just wasting it, doing unorthodox shit. So why do you need to have your dog off their feet, hanging from something, yanking? Why do you want to have a flirt pole that you can't keep away from your dog from grabbing? A flirt pole is not there for your dog to grab. If you guys stick that flirt pole down there in his face enough, so that much for him to have to be able to get it, then you need to take the flirt pole away and get back to doing some eye and hand coordination so he can understand, you know, the flirt pole is not there for him to grab any damn way. You know, that's what we use the bite bar for. That's what we use the rope for, tug of war. You know, we teach them how to bite. They already know how to fight. I don't teach them how to fight. There's something in their blood to make them do that. I ain't got nothing to do with that. That's one thing. I don't teach my dogs how to fight. They already know how to fight. You school them to let them learn how to come into their own way of fighting. I just believe if I can teach a puppy how to go point, I point here and if I point right, you go right. If I can point left and you go left, if I can point down and you go down, that means I can point to places I want you to grab, then guess what? I'm going to teach you that shit before I even know if you know how to fight or not. Because if you know how to fight a little bit, I can make you a better fighter if you're listening to me. That's all the time I got when I'm giving it to a puppy anyway. What better time to teach a puppy how to pay attention to you? Where's your mind at when you're flirting your dog? I can show you where my mind is because I ain't wasting my time flirting no damn dog. Not me. I'd rather do a tug of war. I'd rather be sitting up there with a breaking stick teaching my dog how to grab a hold of that bite bar with his whole mouth and breaking him off when he's trying to grab it any other way. You might be crazy as hell. That don't mean shit if you don't get it. You won't get it until you bite it right. Once you start biting it right, you're going to get the good boy and you're going to get to work. They understand that. There's a communication that they will learn. They understand when they get tired and they want to stop. They understand that they are not allowed to stop. Matter of fact, I'm going to ask more of them because you're supposed to trust me and follow my commands regardless of how you fucking feel. Because I know how you feel. And you got to trust me. If you a car, then you lose that trust in me, then you're going to stop on your own. I don't want you. I don't even need you. That's just how it goes. The military says, you stop on us, you can't do what we tell you to do, how we told you to do it, with the intensity we had you do it in, then we don't need you, you fucking car. There's no chain for you to go back on. You just send your ass home, back to your family. You go back and tell them how you didn't make it through boot camp. I'm telling you how you didn't make it through the Marine Corps. Marine Corps was too rough. Oh man, them motherfuckers crazy. No, they're not crazy. They've been doing this shit to protect our country from everybody else. That's why they're so quick to sending us over there to everybody else's land to fight. For dumb shit. You don't use a great pit bull, then how you gonna ever have a great bulldog? Then they're talking about their pedigree all the damn time. That's the one that's to me, a pedigree don't mean nothing to me until that pedigree matches the dog. Make me go back and pick up a pedigree and wonder why this dog is acting like it's acting. Make me go grab a pedigree to wonder why this dog does what he do. Now, y'all get me to understand something. If Mayday was such a sorry-ass dog because he didn't have no competition, somebody explain to me these 11 other dogs. Somebody explain to me these 11 champions and grand champions. Couple of them OMs. Next time you run into your Mr. Know-It-All Nobodies, ask them that question. And then while you're asking them, tell them, how do you know? What experiences you got in the dogs that you can answer these kind of questions? We're not getting the same kind of answers that we get from Twin and them. Twin and them, how you gonna question me? Like I always tell you guys out there, don't go questioning somebody if you're not willing to answer those same questions. Because you ask me, I'm going to ask you, why are you relevant for me to give you an answer? Are you relevant enough to hear me give you an answer? And if you make yourself relevant to me why I should answer you, then I'll answer you. You know what I'm saying? If you just really want to know, to learn, I'll know that. But if you got a question in your own question and really want to know, you won't get it because I'll ask you. Unless you know what it means to make a champion, unless you know what it means to raise a yard of dogs and do what I've done, the only reason you want to ask me anything is because you want to know. If you're trying to question me, you better have a relevant answer than with the questions I got to ask you. Why should I tell you anything? Who are you? What have you done? Shouldn't you know this shit? So why are you asking me? You see what I'm saying? Anybody can read. I'm hearing people talking about Mayday was off dead left. Brave Crew was off dead left. Well, you know, I don't even try to get into those kind of conversations because, again, who's saying it? Now, I can hear Black Ice saying it, and it's a totally different story than hearing somebody else say they ain't got shit and ain't never done shit with them. You ain't never even had a Mayday dog to even speak on it, so shut up. Why can't y'all do that? Why can't y'all do that? This game is like a damn reality TV show. That's how fake it is. You know, maybe it's gotten to the point that, you know, the people are clamping down because we got a bunch of fake ass people out here that's making it easy for them to crash down on y'all. The real ones, they're gone. They're probably getting out of them because they don't want to take the chance. Why? Because it's not worth it. There's not enough greatness out here to be great. You ever thought about that? That's how I see it. Leave it in the past. But don't come up in here now, goddamn it, talking about the past like you got the future when y'all ain't got nothing. You got nice bred dogs. That's what I see. But don't try to compare that new shit to that old shit, all right? Stop it. Because y'all time is not in no position to go comparing nothing. Nothing. Not when it comes to comparing. Nothing. Your hands is not full enough. In my time, it was full. We're still talking about 30 years ago. Really, basically, when we talk about these dogs to today, we still talking about 30 years ago when the game was flourishing with greatness. Okay, you got all these other internet dog men. You're trying to do what we did 30 years ago, but ain't nothing worth talking about now to be talking about it. So it's best we talk about 30 years ago, because there's nothing now worth talking about. Not in the numbers where it matters to the whole world, because we don't have to be on this TV show or any other show. If you good, we gonna know about you. In this game, you ain't gotta be on Facebook, no podcast, and nothing else. If you was real with your shit, we would know you. All right? And the way the water temperature is now, ain't nothing hot about this water. It ain't even lukewarm. This shit is just as cold as shit. Y'all might not like to hear me saying that, but y'all the ones got to feed this shit. Better start facing that shit. Too much pedigree throwing. You know what I'm saying? Too much. I like to throw my pedigrees out there because it's part of the past. You best believe it, I'm putting out a pedigree of the now. It's really next to worthless. Worthless. Because I'm doing the same thing y'all doing, and I know my dogs are way better than that shit. Even now. You know, because if I wanted somebody to make a smart-ass remark to it, it would have never made it on the internet. No, we'd have been sitting out there talking about the dog in hand. And what the hell you gonna do with that? Down them papers. What you gonna do with this dog in hand? Question. Nobody's gonna sit here and keep on imagining all these pedigrees is going out there and it's all like a big ass hope. But it can't be worth shit if it's on the internet. If you're talking about it on the internet, it cannot be worth shit. Because this is not the place. This is not the place. Y'all can make all the excuses you want. You can't get off the internet and y'all just continue doing the historical ventures and stop all this other shit. We might have a basement. We might have something else later in life to talk about. But if your mentality is not fit, how are we going to teach anybody anything if it's getting mixed up into the substitute teachers that have no degrees at all? When the teachers are teaching with no degrees. And the students are listening to the same dumbass teachers with no degrees. And think by the time you get to my level of college, and you wonder why you keep flunking out. Not my fault you was taught by a nobody. You know, what am I supposed to do with you? You spent all these years with the nobody, and now you're up here in this college range where it really count, and guess what? It sounds good when you talk it, but when it's time to do it, you didn't pass the test, bro. And a lot of you guys out there, you know, I feel sorry for you. I feel sorry for you because of the simple fact that you cannot take it to the level that it was. and y'all can talk about all that dogs y'all got and all the breedings y'all got. You're not going to ever have it at that level because the competitiveness is not there, especially on Facebook or even this podcast to talk about. If you had a Mayday out there, you wouldn't be talking about that damn dog right now. We would know about him. You know, there's nothing in my past that y'all can change. Nothing. I didn't have people look me up and try to figure if I was real or not, based on the nobodies and their comments. Okay, I can give all you knuckleheads a chance to figure that out. Now, once you didn't figure it out, right? Now you didn't figure it out, but now y'all want to be cool. No, I don't think it works like that. It don't work like that. Really don't. Because a lot of guys didn't know us anyway. And see, I am not one that plays on Facebook and podcasts and talk shit. I ain't that guy. So to me, you find me in the back street walking through dark alleys, always know when I'm walking down through them damn dark ass streets, I'm looking at y'all like y'all ain't shit unless somebody brave enough to step up in front of me and put a light on it. That's how I look at it, because y'all everywhere. I'm trying to help you, trying to give you the entertainment, but that's all this shit is right now. It's entertainment. Back then, in my time, it was not my entertainment. I didn't do that shit for entertainment. I'm a fucking soldier. My yard was going hard. Kennels, going hard. The spear. I'm a good commander. I'm a good alpha. I love my dogs. I love what they did for me. If there was something, it's because I made something. But there was something. I didn't make nothing out of something. Or I didn't make something out of nothing. There was already something just as much as I was. We just mushed together and got better. We got enhancement. Pedigree can only give you so much. Rest of it's on me to give them. My responsibility to keep them healthy, to teach them. What am I going to teach them? What do I want them to know? What's going to help them help me win? I'm not out here trying to get Jimmy or Tony or Tommy to come over here and knock on my door and pat me on the back. Oh, you got some pretty dog. Oh, you did good care of your dog. Oh, you got some nice dogs. You need that shit. You ain't helping me feed them. You ain't paying for none of this shit. I don't need no taps. I needed wins. I needed what McNasty needed. I needed what Abrahams needed. I needed what Havana Boys. I needed what Victor. I needed what Deep South. I needed what Pro Set. I needed what Fat Bill. I needed what every one of them guys that had winners out there needed. Wins to be relevant. Even when we lose, respect the losses, because they still relevant compared to the nobodies that's running their mouth and ain't doing shit. Keeping it real. Gotta have that mentality. That's what made the game great back then. They were the wins. And nobody running around flashing, baby. Hey, I'm breeding $1,500. And go look at the dog, ain't nothing on him. How many people actually pay the stuff fee to that shit? The only ones who could have probably did it was the people that didn't know no better. Them are the ones that's really getting the ouch because they got you. You know that gotcha disease? You know how many gotcha, you got me diseases we got? The gotcha disease in this game right now is worse than the COVID. It is. Because we're getting more pedigrees that's getting blacker by the day. The pedigrees themselves are getting blacker by the day. Well, we don't even need to start in the first 3 generations. We need to start 4, 5, and 6 before we realize what the hell you got. Okay? Come on. That's what we're dealing with today. Not saying it is good, it's not bad, and it's not good, but it tells you where the temperature is. Can we get a 10-year-old handicap? Can we get a 10-year-old Mayday? Can we get a 5-year-old grand champion? Can we hear about him without turning on Facebook or a podcast? Can we hear about a great dog in the underground anymore? Is those even possible? Do we even have a mindset to go out there? You guys don't even want to put cameras around the house because you're afraid. You're afraid. Guys don't even know how to communicate with each other, but to try to sell something because you're afraid. And tell the truth. Be real. Be real. I was out there too. I was out there when they was breathing down my neck in Akron. I was out there when they was breathing down my neck in Florida. But was I afraid? No. Why? Because I wanted winners. I've been around enough winners that y'all talk about. Y'all talk about them. Yeah. I sold dogs to Mad. Sold dogs to Mad. Why would he want any of my shit? Okay? I didn't really sell dogs. I was getting out of dogs. So did BBK. Why did they get any of my shit? Why? With all the great shit they had, what really made them want a double-bred badass Mayday dog that I gave them? I sent them one. Her name was Champion Water Day. She did just like them 4 badass bitches off of Mayday. They don't go long. They don't go long. That's why. I wasn't advertising. How did they hear about me? On Facebook? How do they even know about me? That's all I'm saying to y'all. What's the mindset? Ugly was on my yard. Just like Sarah Kell was on my yard. Told y'all, Sarah Kell left my yard to Evolution's yard. Nobody else in between. He came from Puerto Rico to Jesse, and then from Jesse to me, to down there at Evolution. He actually got mad because I didn't want her no more. I wasn't going to breed her. They bred her, but why would I want to breed her? I know that Stone City throw cold dogs, and you know, cold bitches make the best bitches. But I got my own bitches. I got my own bitches, and she did not fit my plan, especially if I had to feed her, clean up her shit, her water, and take care of her. Well, she wasn't doing shit for me anyway because I wasn't breeding her. That's why. There's no need for me to be taking care of a dog that's on my yard if I'm not going to do anything with her. Yes, I was advised to do those things because she was a tight inbred dog, understandably. But it didn't mean anything to me when I got bad bitches on my yard that I can do far better without her. And that's why she had to go. But the story y'all heard about Ugly was not true. Ugly, I had Ugly. Ugly went from my yard to Evolution's yard when she left my yard. She was there until whatever they did with her. There was no in-betweens, anything. I know she came from Puerto Rico to Stone City, and then from Stone City came to me, and like I said, my man got a little mad at me because I didn't want to keep her. No, you know that's got to be bad if he didn't even want to keep her. But you got to get mad at me because I don't want to keep her. That you don't even take her back. You send her down, that woman send her evolution. And in that process, that's how Shaquille ended up there with me. Remember, guys, I'm playing in a world that I'm playing with all the right people with the right dogs. And if I wasn't winning, do you think they would have been bothered with me? No, I don't even believe that one. I don't think they would have been bothering me. I wouldn't have been wanting to be bothered with anybody that was trying to be something that they weren't. Especially if you're trying to be a person like, imagine me trying to be them. I mean, really. I never once did I put myself on a level as a Stone City or Hardcore or Abraham or McNasty or anybody else out there. I never put myself on that kind of pedestal. If I would have, why would I want to follow them? When I followed every one of these guys because I admired every single one of them. If I could have got a dog over every single one of them and did everything the way they did to make their dogs great, I would have done just that. But I had my own shit. And I took what they was teaching me by letting me be around. I was not walking around them, first of all, as some fake ass that didn't have no experience but acting like I did. That was one thing I didn't do, and that's probably why I got in with everybody. The other thing was, I knew what it took to win. And if I got that kind of shit on my yard, and that's the only kind of shit y'all seeing, down what he feeding is what he cutting loose. That was the thing. Not what I had on the yard, it was what I was cutting loose. It was what kept everybody at bay. You can talk all you want. Dogs don't know shit. He can't read. And I'm like them. I don't give a damn because I'm with the dog. You bring that shit if you want to. That's all it's about. And this is what we got to get back to. It's about that right now in the game. Yeah, we can sit here, y'all, and give you all the back history shit on how we did this and how we did that. My question to y'all is, why are we giving it to you? To make a fake ass motherfucker a relevant motherfucker? Because all you're doing is sucking in the jewels that we're giving you. Yeah, it's not changing much. I mean, I'm not the first person that did all this. I'm pretty sure. The game has definitely gone down the drain, and it don't want to blame it all on the law. It's not all on the law now. Don't let that be okay on the law. It ain't all on the law.
I'd like to give a special shout out to my main man, Mr. Prentice Carr. I'm still here, baby. You know, I was just stuck into what he was saying. Thanks for the super chat and the 5-piece. My man Prentice Carr said, one of these classic episodes, replay is necessary. So many jewels dropped, 100.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. I'm trying, man, look, there's guys out there that's not going to like this. Y'all go out there on the podcast after this one, y'all probably be up there listening to them, probably sitting out there listening to me say the shit. And they probably feeling a little intimidated, thinking it's all about them. Well, if you feel like the air smelling like your shit, it's probably your shit. That's all I'm saying. If you don't smell it in the air, then I ain't talking about you. But you smell some shit that make you go, and you think you smelling yourself, then it was you then. Now, I'm not one to be shy. Then it must be you I'm talking about. Just telling you like that. You ain't heard me say a name out here. And I'm pretty sure a lot of y'all are smelling the same shit that I'm smelling. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. Because if they smell that shit, then they'll say something about what I said tonight when you know I'm telling y'all the truth. You have to take on your yard like you are the commander of a yard of soldiers. They can't take care of themselves. Everything they do is dependent on you. If you don't give them the tools to fight with, how do you expect them to fight and go win? If you don't give them the knowledge to work with, that you got because you're smarter than him. You're the boss. You're the leader. You are the alpha. If you cannot share your leadership into your dog to win for you, then what the hell are you doing being a leader? And what kind of leader goes to war trying to be a leader based on some shit that he read about? Who gonna go to war with that kind of person? You tell me that. Somebody explain that shit to me right now. If me and you gonna go to war and I'm your boss, I am your commander, and y'all go, twin, how many wars you been in, man? None. I can just tell you what I read. You know, this war right here in Vietnam, you know, we really lost that war. Well, why do you think we lost it, twin? Well, because this and this, this and that, and this and this, and this and that. But I ain't a part of it. But I'm going to take you out there based on what I told you about a Vietnam war that I wasn't even a part of. But you willing to go out here with me to fight this war, and me and you both going to do this shit for the first time. You really think you want me to be your commander? For real? For real? Then look at your yard and think of that. For all you young guys that ain't did shit with them pretty for dogs and with them pretty ass pedigrees yet. Revamp your thinking. Stop looking to try to be relevant on the internet. Live by the disclaimer. And be real with your dogs. Them are the only people them the only things that y'all need to be loyal and real to. The shit that you got to water, clean up shit, put chains on, give them dog houses, put hay in their houses, give them medicine. You got to do all this shit for this animal. And for what? To bring it out here and put it on a damn podcast or on a Facebook? And let's talk about how pretty the papers is? For real? With no intentions on going no further than that. Go get in the damn dog show. Put your dog in a keep and go put him in a dog show. That's the least you can do. That's the least you can do. If you ain't gonna do nothing else, at least put your dog in a damn keep and put him in a dog show. Get the experience if you don't do nothing else. So when a nobody got something to say to you, goddammit, make damn sure that you know he's a nothing ass when he start opening his mouth. Because what in the hell can he tell you? And he ain't never done shit himself. What the hell can he tell you? Did I say something wrong? I didn't say something wrong, did I? I'm just asking. I've been listening to these podcasters, y'all, and I'm wondering, like, you know, y'all gonna make me shut this shit down. Y'all is really knocking on my damn, you know, my will to stay. With all the great dog men that y'all got, all these great dog men, I mean, I don't care what y'all say. There's guys out here that we didn't have on these shows that y'all can't even begin to fuck with. And they giving y'all all the real Jews, not just coming from me. I mean, just the fact that they got great dogs that we can talk about. Yeah, we got our controversies, but guess what? If they weren't worth a damn, y'all, would we really be talking about him? If Barracuda wasn't the great Barracuda 9-time winner, would we be worrying about who his daddy was? If we were talking about any dog, from Frisco to Chi-Chi to Bolero, if these wasn't good damn dogs coming from a great dog man, would we have any reason to talk about him? And what man that ain't done half of that got any reason to say anything? Anything. Act like you know what the hell you talking about. That's disrespectful. It is. Imagine that. He in there, Fat Bill ain't got shit. twins ain't got shit. But then I go to say, well, nigga, what you got? What you didn't have? I hear this. You know, Barracuda's off of deadlift. I didn't ask you that. I didn't ask you that. I asked you, what do you got? Come on, y'all. We got to stop all this foolishness. You got to stop all this foolishness. I can pull Barracuda up and clear it up in one quick sentence about Barracuda and how he's bred. Barracuda's mama is off deadlift. Yes. If y'all, for those that didn't know, so if there is some genetic deadlift in him, then it's deadlift in him. And that's probably why his eyes and some parts of his face looks like deadlift. Look at his mama. And you can tell. But Barracuda has no color of deadlift. He has no body of deadlift. He has no head or ears of deadlift. And he sure as hell ain't produced the dogs that Barracuda produced. Period. Like his daddy. Mayday. Or his other half brothers and all that other shit. You remember now. I said 11 champions and grand champions was here recorded when Victor left the United States. Probably, yeah, there was more at it. But we talking about them 11 that we know we can talk about with no losses but one. And that was because a greenhorn had him. Wasn't due to nothing the dog did. So when you start totaling up a number of matches between them 11 dogs, we don't got to add up and total up the numbers of wins. We just know between 11 dogs, and it takes 3 to win and 5 to be a grand champion. You got 3 grand champions, and you got to ask yourself this. Why do I need to even know the wins if only know that there was only one loss between 11 dogs? And you want to talk about the daddy? Like he didn't have no competition? Like the daddy didn't have no competition where y'all going to try to put it on him and he whooped 2 4-time winners. 2 4-time winners. That's 10 dogs. Counting the 8 that they beat and themselves is 10. So there's 10 big dogs out there playing around in Mayday's weight. We ain't even adding up number 1 and 2. We just dealing with the 3 and 4 because they were both champions. They were both 4-time winners. I got thing Buddha was more than that. So I always say, always pay attention to the messenger. Sometimes you got to stop that messenger when he come up there to bring you a message. You better check his badge and make sure that he's relevant to even give you the message. Is you relevant enough to give me the message and give me the right information? Then y'all better start figuring that shit out because we got a whole bunch of Facebook dogmen. We got a whole bunch of Facebook breeders. Tony Montana got a question. Go ahead, Tony.
Tony said 7 dogs out of how many before he left here?
Before he left, I wouldn't know. See, one thing I don't talk about. I don't care. Because if they was breeding to him a lot, they was probably breeding to him because he was a bad motherfucker. He cannot have a bunch of winners all on his own, Tony Montana. You're smart enough. You've been in the game long enough to know that. Does it even matter? It really don't. It really don't. I can say the same thing about any line that you ever bred up, bro. And guarantee you, you get the same results. How many dogs was your shit bred to? If you got any fame in it. Right? Okay, so be careful about that one. Doesn't even matter. Let's talk about them 11. That's what counts. We don't care. They like other ones are like nothing. That's like me having a whole bunch of dogs, but only dogs that we talk about is just a handful of mine. So that means all them other dogs didn't fucking matter what was on my yard. They didn't, because they didn't turn out to be shit. They didn't contribute shit to the game. They didn't do shit for the game. Let's talk about the ones that did. Keep your head focused on where I'm at. So me and you can stay on the same path. When you ask questions like that, you're sliding down in the path of nobodies. And I know you're bigger than that. All right? You got the right person to give you that answer. What does it matter? Could have been took 2,000 bitches. Add up the wins of them 11. Remember, I said I deal with the top 5 dogs in my pedigrees. Did we question any of them top 5 dogs that made my dogs the dogs they are today? You think I questioned them top 5 dogs? Check my pedigree. Check my dogs. Don't matter how many it is. We're talking about the ones that made it happen. Which doesn't matter. You're going to take them 5 dogs off of that damn registered merit list because they're all on twins' yard? Does those numbers matter how many times they was bred? Huh? Now I'm asking the same question. You got my answer, Tony. I'm asking you now, did it matter? How many times that was bred? How many times was Jeep bred? How many times was Honey Bunch bred? How many times was Buck bred? That does fucking matter. Tony, your turn. I'm waiting on my answer. Don't teach y'all about talking that shit to me, because it's not really bad shit, but it's shit that need to be said. The 11 winners, champions, before he left, in the journal, certified. It don't even fucking matter how many times he was bred. We're talking about these 11 dogs that was relevant. Nothing more than that. Muscle Buck and all that other shit came after I did my own damn Mayday Stone City Cross. After me. That's like me saying that none of that shit is relevant because I did it first, right? That's how petty that question was. The petty question. It doesn't matter. All the Stone City and Mayday stuff that's out there that went through the line. Imagine me saying, well, I was the first one to do it. So everybody else after that, it don't really matter. I was the first one to do it. No, let's just put it like this. I was the first one to do it because, goddamn it, while they was arguing, I did it because I had it on my yard. And whether they liked it or not didn't stop me from doing it. If it don't be for me doing it, how do we know if it'll ever happen? We don't. Because prior to that, wasn't neither one of them talking to each other, wasn't neither one of them trying to do a damn thing. Once they got that wave, they didn't take the secondary shit. They took their best shit and put it together. So evidently, whatever the hell I did that day was relevant because it opened up a door. Evidently, the shit was relevant enough for me because of how many was bred, right? I still got Brat, Made 2, Buck Rogers, and Baby. And all the other shit that come falling off of that shit. Which is a lot of shit. Now, where does it matter about the ones that didn't make it? So what? Why do we take percentages when y'all got worse than percentages? I can guarantee you that. Y'all percentages will be far worse. With these far worse, I can put up pages on top of pages, a tab. Pages on pages with a lot of these dogs got all wins behind them that y'all be wanting to flash out pedigrees with. Still, I said, show me anybody that can say that they got them 5 dogs on the top of that registered merit list in their line of dogs. And then you ask that question when it come pertaining to them. Knowing that in my yard, my going hard line of dogs is them 5 top registered merit dogs. Regardless of how many times they was bred. It ain't changed the factors on that list. And as a matter of fact, it feels good to know that you was fortunate enough not to be them other people. Okay? It feels good to know that, man, they was bred so many times, and guess what? They didn't have those glories of champions like we did. Or they weren't able to get those winners like we had to become part of history. Where they ain't relevant like I am. Okay, how many times is bred? Evidently, I must be relevant because I am one of them. 11. Stop it, Mo! Stop it! They don't want to put me in there with them greenhorns. I will eat their asses up because I'm going to question the messenger. You don't want to have them kind of conversations with me. 1, because I'm a Marine. 2, I got an attitude. And 3, I done mine. You better be on a level with me, or you might as well get back there and get in there with the Navy and then come back through my boot camp before you want to stand in there and call yourself a Marine like I am. Or act like you're going to be in the room with me thinking you're a Marine like me and ain't done the work to be that.
My man Tony Montana said, I'm just waiting to finish getting this verbal lashing.
Lashing, Tony, you know I love you, boy, but Tony, I'm not trying to lash you. Tony, listen to me. I might have got my passion in my words, but it's not a lashing because it really makes sense what I just said. You know it makes sense. Because this as quick as that answer came, you know, I gave you the answer. I was really giving you like a poll, okay? No question said, well, how many times did he have to get bred? Well, Tony, it's like a poll. I'm always got a setup for your ass. I would rather hear that come from a guy who ain't got that many dogs than the guy I know have dogs, okay? Now, I didn't mean to lash you. I kind of used you as an example, but don't take it personal, baby, because I love you, man. Okay, I would have preferred that to come from somebody other than you, because I know you got dogs. But you see where I'm coming from. It's not a verbal lashing. It was just, I used you as a platform that so many other people would have sat on that same stage with you. You know, it's not a habit that you stand up on that stage all the time, but that was one piece right there that, you know I made sense. Well, Mike the one went out there and got that and bought it to me. When Mike go out and do shit like that, he know what I'm going to do with it. But Tony, I didn't mean to get on you like that, man. It really wasn't meant for you. It's meant for those in a bigger picture of the question. So many other guys can sit there and say, Mayday, dear. How many times we made it? How many times we Barracuda? Does it really matter? Because if it mattered, what about those top 5 dogs on the registered merit list? Does it matter how many times they was bred? They still sitting up there, the top 5 dogs in the history of dogs. Does it really fucking matter? No, it don't, Tony. What matters is what dogs that put them there. What dogs put them there at the top of that list? Out of all the dogs out there. That's the point I was trying to make, Tony. I expect that to come from green people, so it don't take such a personal note on a real dog man. Tony Montana is a real dog man.
He said he working
the Okay, he's working the counts. Okay. Go ahead, Mike. I can't understand you.
He's telling me he's an accountant.
Oh, Tony's an accountant. I understand Tony. Tony runs by figures and numbers, but he's still a real dog man. And I'm telling you how Tony yard work, being an accountant. You ain't got but so many rooms to make to make things happen. Period. Because he works on numbers like I do now. When it comes down to breaking numbers down, you know what I'm saying? You ain't got but one generation with me. With the breeds I made with them top 5 dogs, you ain't got but 1 or 2 generations with me. You get into that 3 generation and ain't producing shit, I wouldn't give a damn how you was bred. You ain't getting bred no more in this damn yard. Period. I'll go breed to another 1,000 bitches before I breed back to some shit that ain't gonna work. So yeah, Tony, you do gotta account for a lot of shit. And as a real dog man, he clearly knows what I'm saying now. Because on his yard is like my yard. How many times we gonna breed this damn dog, Tony, to get something? How many generations, Tony, are we gonna have to wait on something that we ain't getting? How many generations you gonna go? You know what I mean? How many times you gonna breed that dog? How many puppies you gonna have on your yard off of this piece of shit? This might be a good dog, but he's a piece of shit because he's not giving you what he did. That's the question that Tony was really asking. How many dogs did Mayday have? He was bred a lot. But we know once he left United States, we can't speak on none of that, but we can speak on what was here. You don't hear me talking about none of the two-time winners. You don't hear me talking about none of the one-time winners. You don't even hear me talking about the losers. You hear me talking about before Victor left the United States, he had 11 champions or grand champions off of Mayday. But Noriega being the only one that lost. Now, y'all rather talk and give me a lineup to me personally. Talking about everybody else. But when you bring shit to me, Mayday is not the only dog on my yard. Going Hard is not consisted strictly of Mayday. My yard is consisted of the 5 registered mare dogs of all times when there was a good record being kept. Mayday just so happened to be a part of it before he even got there, based on those dogs. Stone City got there based on those dogs. That's what I was going on. That's why I have my accountant working on. You know what I'm saying? My accountant says you get the best by breeding to the best. Who was the best? My accountant told me who the best was, so I went and bred to it. And I did what everybody else did to be able to become relevant to talk about my champions. And the guys who have my line of dog, guess what? They became relevant because they were able to take my shit and do what I did. That puts all else together with them top 5 dogs up there. Made us part of that history regardless of how many times they was fucking bred. It don't even matter because guess what? We the only ones they want to talk about because we the only ones relevant. Just letting you know. Okay, anybody else?
No.
I know the chat. I mean, I could have said the same thing about Frisco. Frisco was winning a lot of matches overseas, but he couldn't seem to win one, and this is when we was keeping records, y'all. Why you think they had to put the abstract on the, you know, the thing on the who was overseas and who was winning here? Because they didn't like the Frisco shit. Too much Frisco shit winning over there, but Tom can't pull shit off over here. You know, that's what got the buzz in the game. There was a time the game got elbowish about these import dogs because they was like, these dogs can't nobody win with that shit over here. And if they are winning with it, are they beating any Mayday dogs? Are they beating any Tab dogs? Huh? Are they beating any Grand Champion Buck dogs? That's the kind of questions you want to be asking. You know, what kind of dogs are y'all whooping? Because I'm going to tell you the truth. When it came down to the type of dogs I was using, god dang it, they wasn't working. It didn't matter what you was bringing. But I was dealing with them top 5 dogs. It was fast lane, high level, producing, great dogs that I was breeding to. And when you whoop me, you whooping that list. It's not my list. I'm only a part of that list because that's what I wanted on my yard. But guess what? It set me apart from everybody else. Because believe me, everybody had a chance to whoop me. There was a whole lot of people that didn't want to deal with me. Not because I talked or I ran around slinging papers. Everybody knew very little about me or my brother. And gave us nothing but the utmost respect when it come down to us doing them. And I'm going to tell you why. And even they got to whisper over to their friend, man, did you see that shit? Did I see that shit? Did you see which way I bought it? That's right. And it seemed like that's all I was bringing in because that's all I wanted to bring out. not like I had a whole yard and shit. It's the only shit I wanted to bring out. If you ain't killing shit on Going Hard Yard, you're not gonna see none of that other shit. You're gonna see no game shit. You ain't gonna see none of that because guess what? We put enough game shit on you, damn it. If you can put a game dog down quick, then I'm gonna bet my money on you. And they're gonna have to prove you ain't game out there. Basically how it went too. That's basically how it went. You know, that's just how it go though. You know, y'all have to be true to yourself and start figuring this out. And all that start with raising a dog. It's like raising a fighter. I mean, you see these little kids on YouTube all the time turning out little Blaze, little fast little kid. You know, my grandson played football with him. This little kid was like the fastest kid in the world. Yeah, I'm telling you, this kid was six years old when we met him. Playing my grandson, he was what, 7? And he played with us, and he played with the kids. This boy was famous on YouTube. On YouTube. Fastest kid in the world. And then I look at his daddy and understand why this kid is the fastest kid in the world. He was being groomed. You groom him, you're going to have something. I groomed my grandson, and it was the only year he ever played, but he played when I groomed him. He started on offense, defense, kickoffs, punts. The boy never left the field. And didn't know a damn thing about football. What was it? He was being groomed. Oh, I'm taking the bag and knocking the hell out of him because when I hit you, ain't no kid gonna ever hit you hard as me. I'm a grown man. So if you can take what I take, what I put on you, then you need to put it on me like I put it on you. And if I can feel it coming from you, you take that same attitude and now you're gonna put it on one of them kids. And I can guarantee you, you're gonna start and you're gonna continue starting. And that's all he had to do is do that. When the kid out there that could stand up to him to the point that the boy never came off the field. Offense or defense, kickoffs or punts. In his first time playing football. That's a going hard child. Going hard dog. It's the patterns and the things that we set up for our kids to do. The time that we put into them. LeBron, we put that time into him. He's putting that time into his kids. Now he's got his grooming his kids like he was groomed. He ain't got to work as hard because he's already there. It's when there was not a LeBron James, was he not even relevant to talk about? It wasn't until we made LeBron James before he became relevant to the world. He was relevant to us. You know what I'm saying? We got to start somewhere.
Greatness starts. Remember Michael Jordan?
Michael Jordan, same way. We seen them sitting here and watch him play in high school and then watch him lose to a guy that was just as good as him, Suggs. Harold Suggs, what his name was. He was a basketball player down there in Kinston, North Carolina. Yep, Jordan had 53 and Suggs had 50-something too, but guess what? Jordan them lost. And it wasn't nothing but a dunking contest between them two. It wasn't nothing but an NBA prepared high school show. Two of the baddest basketball players you ever wanted to see playing against each other. And we sitting right there. Sitting right there. Soon that boy left high school. You think we wasn't up in North Carolina? Charles Shackelford, another great basketball player. The boy didn't even know how to play basketball when he met us. He spent the whole summer with my little brother. Prior to that, he was a big ass down there, 6'9", 6'11", sitting there playing cards. With big ass feet, tripping over his damn feet because he wouldn't tie his shoe. Too tall to bend his ass over to tie his shoe. Yet he ended up in the NBA. And then became a famous basketball player overseas. He died, but he died at an early age too. But you know what? He was famous because he took his talents overseas to make some money for his family. He felt like he could get more from than the NBA was offering him. He played in the NBA, he was a great college kid. Very well known. Thing of bullshit, Charles Shackelford. Another one, Jerry Stackhouse. Another one, straight out of the hood where we was at, down there in Carolina. Another one, hang out there, was playing tonk with us every day, hanging out with the fellas. But we go out there playing ball in that gym. And what we asked for in that gym, hey, you're gonna be good. Because greatness only comes by hard work.
Ingram.
Yeah.
New Orleans.
Yeah, New Orleans. He plays for New Orleans. Yeah, the football player. He played for New Orleans. The Pelicans. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. Little young boy named Ingram came out of North Carolina. Straight out of the K-Town. Out of Kinston, North Carolina. Played for the Lakers. But then he went over to the Pelicans now? Yep. He's at the Pelicans. But all these kids came out of, all these kids was kids in Kinston, North Carolina when we were down there. Kids. You know, we always trying to help out the community centers. You're always, in my years going, I was always being fascinated with the community centers. Because them was only real places for your child to go, you know, to keep them out the streets. And if the community center is controlled with the right proper environment, the streets won't spoil the safest place for a child, which would be a community center. You lose the community center to the neighborhood, then you done lost all hope. You know, it's like you in your yard. You lose the will to win, and all you're doing is breeding for pretty papers, then you become a liar. Because no way in the world you're going to keep on breeding pretty papers. They ain't doing that, and you just got generations of black dogs with no accolades or nothing. You're going to have to start lying somewhere. And this game is made up and put together for lies now. Letting you know. Tony Montana, I hope you didn't take that shit personal, man. You know I love you, bro. And if you did take it in any type of way, only take it as a scratch, okay? And let me put a Band-Aid on there and tell you that wasn't meant for you. I accidentally scratched you. You know that. No, never no disrespect to my story, because it's only a story. Remember, I don't know what y'all do with y'all shit. I'm only telling you what I did with mine. All right? I hope you believe that, Tony, and I hope you give me some feedback, baby.
Like you said, he's an accountant, man.
He's an accountant, so I would have figured he plays with them numbers. You know what I mean? He knows there's a percentage that he has to stay above, and I bet you his is in the 90s. I mean, 90% of his job better be worth feet. It better be worth feet. I guarantee you, he ain't gonna be sitting up there with no 20, 30 dogs on his yard and only got one champion. You can believe that. Somebody else better start making some noise before he cut them numbers down real quick, because that's what we end up doing. We're gonna go where the champion came from, and then everybody else is bred outside of that. They couldn't do that. It's gone. Yes, sir. Hey, y'all know what's up, man. We coming towards the end.
All right, fellas, y'all know what time it is.
Damn, it's 12?
It's 12, man.
Oh, my God.
And I told him, it's a Tuesday night. What are you doing? Look, fellas, if I need, well, you know what I need? I need them thumbs up, thumbs up. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles. 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 Go to roses. Roses.
Give me them roses, baby.
Need them damn roses. Hey, I'd like to give a special shout out to everybody who donated to the super chat, super stickers. Show the love, appreciate the love. Let me get this bitch right, come on.
I hope I get y'all some good content, fellas, and some information, man. Don't forget, y'all, hey, we still trying to do this thing here you know what I'm saying, the cash outs and the super chats, man. Y'all gonna see the fruits here in a minute. I hope y'all just keep on standing behind the fellas, man. Y'all need to ride our bus, man. You know what I'm saying? We driving in big trucks. Don't be running around with them little, low riders, man, them little hoonties. Get up there with the big boys and stay up there with us where it's safe at.
Make it in there, man. What's up, fellas? You know what's up. I told y'all as soon as he came in, I really wasn't gonna have too much to say, because I know which direction he was headed in. Where's your phone at, man? Let me see the poll. I'm gonna switch this poll. I almost had 100% today, man.
Yeah, I seen it for a while. It was 100%.
No, I had put up and see what the poll was. I can't see the poll from none of mine.
Man, 12:30.
Check this poll right quick, fellas. See what that final tally was.
It's live. Woo! 247 votes, y'all. Since we have talked, oh my goodness, down. Since we have talked about American Pit Bull Terrier's traits. You have to do your homework in order to know what to expect. A, do you agree? B, you disagree. 98%, 248 votes, 98% of y'all voted agreed that you need to know the traits. 2%.
That's cool.
Almost at 100%, y'all.
But that's okay. For that 2%, if you get a chance, why don't you just drop a little comment, give us an idea, some type of, reasoning behind your answer. Believe me, we will not hate on you. Again, this is one of them times where we get a chance to get an opinion from everybody. You know what I mean? Because, it does matter.
No, we like to know where your head's at.
Where your head is.
You know what I mean? Nobody gonna talk about you. We might laugh at you, but we ain't gonna talk about you.
No, we ain't even gonna laugh.
I'm gonna laugh. Fuck that. 98%. Come on, man. 98%. Look, if 98% of people don't pick in your nose, that means there's 2% to do. Okay, that's what I said. You know what I'm saying?
Out of that 98%, you best believe 50% lying about it.
Okay.
They lying about it. So
yeah, 50% of y'all lying, but still, I'd rather ride with that 98%.
How many of them out of that 98% you think really doing their homework, bro?
To be honest,
come on, let's say 98%, but how many of you really think doing that homework? Because if they're doing that homework, they wouldn't have that shit on their yard.
I would say 37% does the homework.
All right, well, we're gonna
I'm gonna tell you why.
We're gonna agree to disagree on that because I think it's higher. I've seen a whole, but see one thing I do that you don't do. I actually look at their pedigrees.
Oh, I look at their pedigrees, but I'm telling you, I was actually speaking on what I'm starting to see. I'm starting to see a lot of slinging pedigrees around. What's this shit with slinging pedigrees? I like to show you my pedigree. You know what I mean? But look how long it was before y'all even knew we had a pedigree. Now, pedigrees don't mean nothing unless you got the dog. I can let y'all see the dog, but what if this dog quit tomorrow? Then you'll be like, twin, what happened to that dog you had? Oh, that motherfucker didn't make it. You man, the one with that pretty pedigree? Yeah, man, that dog didn't make it. Oh, damn, what happened?
He didn't make it.
He didn't make it. So that's why I don't really get into that pedigree shit.
That's all. Well, fellas, as we in the show tonight, I kind of try to stop this dude earlier, but he don't never see the, he don't see the cutoff. He don't see, he be off into his little world because he's trying to stress a point. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of let him just go ahead about it. But again, to everybody that's out there, appreciate y'all showing up. Don't forget to hit them like buttons. For all my new viewers, don't forget to hit them subscribe. And for all the newcomers that came to the show tonight, as you will look up, I have handed out hardware because again, all you got to do is show up. Once you show up, you show out. What's showing out? All you got to do is participate in the chat. That's all. When I say participate, that means just go ahead and get amongst some sharks and voice your opinion like the ones I've seen y'all do. That's all it is. Everybody's open to opinions around here, and we accept and welcome all. So we appreciate all the newcomers, and I look to see more newcomers, you know, as we get bigger here, and we don't need a bigger tank. That's all I'm saying. You gotta love it. Appreciate the ones who, you know, with the super chats, the super stickers. I mean, fellas, I say this, and I continuously say it, because there's nothing else I can do but show you my appreciation, at least by speaking, how much I appreciate, and we appreciate the fact that you do give, regardless of what it was. The fact is when you do give, you do it from your heart. Most of the time, that's what people do. So that much we're gonna always appreciate. What we try to do by giving back is we build to show you, for all the things that you donate and those super chats and them donations over in the Cash App, we just sit back and we just gather it up. You know what I mean? Because we know you're going to be able to see what those donations have done. Because we're going to give back to what we're doing. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, I like that. You ain't ready to show that yet, are you? You finna show them that?
Not yet. I'm good about it.
Oh yeah, we got some stuff. We working on some things. We working on our merchandising.
Yeah.
And again, got our creators, you know what I mean? You know, we're doing big things because we're trying to grow the channel. We're trying to brand the Shark Tank, you know? And everything that we do from them proceeds and everything that merchandising and everything bring in, we look to make it grow even bigger so we can have our own competition shows, our own treadmill races, our own little convention, the Going Hard convention. You know, we bringing in the 7/8s, the Triple J's, and everybody can just get in, and we can actually be able to put some faces and actually sit around and talk dog. There's nothing illegal about that. We do not promote and condone to anything when it comes to dog fighting. We're not here for that. We can only tell you our history. The things that we look for you guys to do with your dogs is live by the disclaimer. Everybody knows the disclaimer. We got a disclaimer just in case they don't. Everybody knows the disclaimer. You know, if you live by the disclaimer, you should have nothing to worry about. Because what you do is your business. How you live and what you do with your dog, the only thing we stress is love your dog, take care of your dogs. You know what I mean? If you're living by the disclaimer, how you do that is on you. But first things first, the dog will always be the first when you come to dealing with your dog. That's all. So, as long as we pushing that situation across and everybody have a great understanding of what we're trying to get done here, there's things outside the dogs that we look to get into because we do want to have other things. Remember, we already have this little bucket list thing that we've been working on. You know, and the only way we can complete our bucket list, you know, is keep doing what we're doing. You know, every time Mo sit down there and every time I come up with a show, he jumps right in there because we talk about it. Anything and everything that we talk about is to make the game better. We're not trying to create and make dog fighters. What we're trying to create is to have better dogs. You know what I mean? The American Pit Bull Terrier was bred for a purpose. Now, that purpose cannot be that purpose anymore, but that don't take away from what the dog's ability to do. The dog can run up a wall. The dog can run faster than anything. He's the strongest thing out there, pound for pound. He's the most lovable animal that you can imagine. The most loyalest thing that you can ever have in your house. If you ever had one as a house pet, you know these things. Just because you have them doesn't make you a dog fighter. That's our point. Save the breed. We're not here to destroy the breed. We're here to save the breed. And as a fraternity, living by the disclaimer, we should be able to enjoy that and then represent ourselves together as being part of that movement to save the American Pit Bull Terrier. Can't change what he is. He was bred that way. But what you can do is you can put that talent to work just by other means. And those means I will support all day. All day. So, as we close it out tonight, okay. As we close it out tonight, I hope everybody enjoyed the show. As you know, we'll be back 8 o'clock p.m. for Hot Mic Friday, and we look for everybody to show up. You know what I mean? And again, show up and show out. So for all you new viewers that's watching the show, y'all don't forget to hit that like button, please. Hey, there's a comment box. Hey, you jump in there if you have anything you want to say or any questions, or you want to just have an opinion, use the comments. Because again, I read all comments and I try to address everybody's comment. I'm just surprised we don't have more comments. You know, I want so many comments that I need to hire somebody to come in here and deal with nothing but the comments. You know what I mean? Because that way I can make Mo help me out with the comments sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Right now, the only comment he'll hit is the ones he see I missed. That's how I know he been there. He been running around down through there hitting like buttons. I know that's you. Hitting the damn like buttons, but you ain't comment. What the hell is that, man? But in any case, man, I need y'all to just keep hitting them comments, keep hitting them like buttons, keep donating to the chat, keep donating to the Cash App, you know what I mean? Keep subscribing and keep helping us make this thing be bigger than we could possibly imagine. Because without you guys, Shark Tank and the viewers, you know what I mean? What would we have? Nothing. But right now, we have something. And something for us right now is better than nothing. And again, we appreciate that from the heart, fellas. So, like always, and how we always in the show, y'all know how we gonna be doing this. One thing I hope y'all truly understand, when we do this, we always.
He said always.
I mean, we always.
Scratch the wheel, fellas.
Oh, all the time, baby.
Love
from the
y'all,
heart.
man. Y'all know what's up.
For real.
Give it to me, baby.
Much love, y'all. I know it's a whole lot of names I didn't get a chance to mix up because, you know, when the show be going on, I be seeing all my boys popping in. Man, and I mean, I can't stop the show at that point in time because it'd be so many of y'all. But I just want y'all to know, I see you, fam. I see you, fam. Y'all keep coming and doing what you're doing. Love.
Every day, fellas. Thank you for coming out. See y'all Friday. Y'all know y'all waiting on that dog tonight, huh? Okay, let's see. I know where I'm going. Hold on, y'all. Let me take y'all there. Hold on. You're gonna have me saying, I'm sorry, man, for the next 2 weeks. You made me feel bad, baby. You know I love you, bro. Like I said, he ain't off a deadlift. His mama might have been off a deadlift, but he sure the hell ain't. that live in him. Help me. Everybody over in the parking lot. I'm gonna meet everybody in the parking lot. Live life. I see you in there, baby. What's up, baby boy? I see you, man. Make sure you send me a link to your channel, man. Everybody, y'all got my email address. It's going hard. Reloaded at gmail.com. Send me y'all links to y'all podcast, man. Y'all got a channel. Send them to me so I'll know. I don't know if y'all don't tell me. I go to all of them, man. Don't forget to post them on the. Don't forget to post your channels on the chat. Don't forget to post your channels in the chat. What's up, baby? Everybody's saying you the dog of the night. Oh, I'm the dog of the night, y'all. Am I the dog of the night? Oh, y'all need to stop. Man, you gonna love this, man. Yeah, baby, you gave us an idea on our apparel, baby. Thanks for those shirts, man. Prentice, you don't know how much you were right. Let me tell you how it went. Victor told them that they got to record Barracuda's next matches before he gave their papers up. Victor still had Barracuda's papers and he wasn't going to sign off on them until they start recording his matches. Barracuda went out and won 5 more. He's like, fuck it, oh, no problem. We'll call you when we're done. He was asking. So he probably won 11 or 12. He was right, but there's the reason why he did that. You know, Victor became ultimatum. Wasn't nobody reporting them. No one started reporting all their matches.
Didn't he tell you
Oh, that's where it started at. He told me, and then I started spreading the word, you know. Victor told them too. He told them too. But, you know, Deep South gave me, they gave me control of their yard. So he was like, with them fell in Barracuda, Mamie, and everybody else fell in line, you know. Cause you is a boss, Tony. That's why you hear me apologizing. You know that. I don't want you to feel no certain type of way, baby. You know that. I know you boss, baby. I guarantee you wasn't the one ducking your head. I can believe that. I bet you wasn't the one ducking your head. Everybody, just look around you, baby. You can see a couple of them people ducking their head now. That's right, y'all. Them bull shorts is out there. That's right, baby. That's right there, Lionhead. Them bull shorts.
Appreciate the discoveries, Jermaine Hunter. Appreciate the disclaimer, fam. Jay Reno, appreciate you, fam. I see you, fam. Welcome back to the show, fam. Pick up that hardware, fam.
You got it. Congratulations there, JT Rod. Yard. We're going to help you with that yard, baby boy. You keep hanging out around here, man. Just keep on hanging out around here.
What's up, fam? I see you. Martinez Game Dogs, I see you, fam. SBC Kennels, what up? I'm in Rack City's in the house. What's up, fam?
Y'all gonna make me go to the test, y'all. Y'all gonna send me this to my email, man. I know y'all send them out to the chat, but can I just send me my email so I can pull up the email and get all these?
My man Eduardo in his way in the house. What's up, fam? My man, him and James. What's up, fam?
Live life. I'm gonna tell you, man. You're honest on those numbers. You can have pages full of them, man. You can have pages full of all the dogs that came off of Mayday. You know, kind of make you wonder if they're all real true. But it's like a car. You know what I'm saying? It's like a car, man. If you had a car in your yard and he quit, 5 years from now, would you remember his name? At one time, you had him with all the other breedings you made until he quit. Once he quit, his name falls off. You know what I mean? And once it falls off, you forget about it. So that's how I look at Mayday. You know what I mean? I look at Mayday and all the dogs, the dogs he bred to. Look at Tab. Look at Jeep. Look at Honey Bunch. Look at Bully Star. Look at all the dogs that didn't make it. Who weren't champions. You know, to me, those numbers don't matter because they don't matter.
I see you, fam.
You know what I'm saying? 3. Ben, what's up, baby? Going hard, Ben in the house. That's what I call it.
That's DBO3, baby.
That's DBO3. That's going hard. DBO3 right there.
Oh man, Mr. Robert Stewart still hanging out in the chat. What up, man?
All these channels popping up, man. Y'all should have been putting this shit out, man. We gotta be flooding y'all room.
All the family Kennels in the house. What's up, man? Gas and Go Kennels been representing. I see you, fam. Immaculate 2000. What's up, fam?
Lil Live, hold on, answer your question, baby. Remember, we try not to talk about irrelevancy, okay? Irrelevancy. Irrelevancy. That's what we try to talk about. Things that's not irrelevant, we don't talk about. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's irrelevant. You know, we try to stay on the basis that we don't want to tie your time up on irrelevant shit. Let's talk about shit that's relevant. We wouldn't be talking about none of these dogs if they weren't relevant. Keep that point in mind. So when they ever ask you that question, go with, we're not talking about irrelevant shit. We're talking about relevant shit. Doesn't matter how many times they're breeding. We're talking about the shit that we do want to talk about. The shit that's relevant worth talking about, right? Don't worry, you'll have a yard full one day. If you don't already got them, you have a whole bunch of them that's going to be irrelevant. You know, that's why it's so important to get a dog that do make it. All the relevance in the world. Don't let nobody take that space because it took work to get that. Just to get that much, it took work. You got me, baby. Thank you, baby boy. Thank you. He said, yeah, you got that. You know what's up, baby. So you can smack everybody around who wants to say that stupid shit. You know what to do. If it ain't relevant, shut up. Yeah, we need to start doing that. We wish we could find a word, shut up. So every time somebody says something stupid that ain't relevant, we just gonna put shut up. Instead of muscles, we're gonna just start everybody just put in shut up.
Future Kennels, I see you, fam. My man Lay Marshall is in the house. I see you, fam. My man Will Francis. What's up, fam? I see you.
And another thing, guys, it's not just about Mayday. Because Mayday is just one of the dogs in the Going Hard dogs, y'all. Y'all better look at that guy found Pedigree again, y'all. It's not about Mayday. It's about the dogs that created Mayday. Yellow. You know what I mean? Yellow. Hollywood Dolly had a little May sister that was a registered mare, just like her. Those are relevancies. Those are relevant dogs to talk about. It's not just about Mayday. Mayday was off the yellow. You know, it's about the yellow dog, the buck dogs, the Jeep dogs, the honey bunch dogs. Awesome baby. You know what I mean? You got to even throw Kennels in there like hardcore, black ice. You know what I'm saying? They weren't Mayday dogs. They weren't Mayday dogs. They had Mayday in them, but they weren't Mayday dogs. Them 11 champions, they were Mayday dogs because their father was Mayday. That's what we talking about. Just those 11 dogs that made him relevant. Even when they questioned his match record, those are haters. But see, we have a line of dogs off of him. They would put in question any doubts that you had about Mayday as a dog. We can call him Mayday as a producer. Hell, how many times he was bred? There's a lot of y'all dogs out there that y'all want to rag on that didn't do that much. It was bred a lot more. 4 or 5 pages, 8 pages. It don't really make a difference unless that all 8 pages had champions and grand champions on them, then we be talking about them, right? But most of them don't. They got a bunch of nobodies on there with a few winners. But them few winners make that dog worth talking about. Because if he produced them, they worth talking about. I hear you, game breaker. I hear you, self-made Kennels. I hear you, baby. Dan Jones said, these shows starting to get classy. Good bulldog. Yeah, James Jones said, these shows are starting to become classics. Stop it! You know, in them podcasts tomorrow, y'all might hear them talking about me, you know. They might be having some bad things to say about me. You know, I got my bull sharks out there. You know, we do float around in different areas. We go as a school of sharks. We're gonna pop up in a lot of these damn podcasts. We're getting these addresses. We're gonna bring that bull shark over to a lot of these channels. To show them the power of the Shark Tank, y'all. Support your That's right, support the channels. You're right, Live Life. It is. A lot of it is in percentage numbers, but that's really based on what you do in your yard. If your percentages are not coming the way you want them, stop it and start over. You know, that's when percentages count, when it's happening on your yard. You know what I'm saying? If you got a lot of dogs, you still can't get a champion, but your dogs are bred good, you know, at some point, it's good to stop. Because them dogs that you're getting is not matching up to the dogs, you know, that you're trying to get. Especially bred the way they are. If they're not giving you what the background says, then you're gonna have a fucked up percentage on your yard. You gotta believe it's not true instead of the dog too. You know, sometimes it's the person who got the dog. Yeah, a lot of times it's the person with the dog. You know, you can have relevant dogs, but you're not relevant enough to make them relevant, okay? That's the key. You gotta look at your percentage as a breeder too. Hey, man, look here. Why you got all these good bred dogs and can't do shit with them? You got good bred dogs, but ain't none of them winners. That's the dog's fault. Yeah, is it the dog's fault? I don't think so. The dog can't do math. He don't know percentages. Shit, ask Frisco. Shit, ask Tom about Frisco. He was bred a lot. Thank you, Martinez. I hear you, baby. Thanks. Anybody else that wants to send me their channel information, please send it to goinghardreloaded@gmail.com, please. But they ain't gonna charge you. If it didn't show up, Little Rock, it ain't gonna show up. Then they're not gonna charge you. If it didn't show up, it's not gonna be charged. Yeah, it'd be put back. That happened to me 1 or 2 times. Happened in 7-8 one time, and it happened in Fat Bills one time. I couldn't get mine to go through, even though it said I paid for it, you know, and then a day later, you know, it came back that it didn't go up, so they didn't charge me for it. Man, I'll be waiting on it, baby. Don't forget, guys got your pedigrees out there. Y'all know my email address. I'll have no problem taking a look at them if y'all don't mind my honesty. Pedigree, yeah. It's 50-50 cross. The only thing of it is how many generations you're gonna go. You know, it's changing from the back to the front. The front is not looking like the back. That's the problem. They have to see that, you know. Remember, in all great dogs, that's what you see right there. Look at that pedigree on the screen, y'all. You can go down to a lot of those great champions we ain't had on this show. They don't have to be off of Mayday. They could have been off of Fat Bill's yard. They could have been after Abraham's yard. They could have been after a lot of yards. If you see how the way these great dogs are bred, then that's giving you a print on how to make one happen, make it happen. You're gonna see a lot more great bred dogs being relevant than a lot of dogs that just had a bunch of dogs in the pedigree and just got lucky. You know what I mean? And I had to send the other. You see the jacket? You see the shirts? Right. Well, I sent the wrong file because he had it on all the dogs, and he just put the other side with the whole jacket, nothing but the journals. So I sent him the actual right one. You know what I mean? He did call you though. Okay, you tell me I didn't show. I got it now. I ain't gotta worry about it. Then you put scratch those in. I'm just trying to put the number 2. Make it a little bigger than everything. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I told you. If it quit, zip them up. Call the corner. If you quit, call the corner. Yes, sir. That would have been a hell of a match. It was gonna definitely go the distance. I would say that Tyrone would have been
that monster that Charlie sent to a test.
he would have been the perfect dog to put Charlie to the test. Yeah. Charlie couldn't get whooped by nobody else. Remember, Charlie was there as long as he was there. He just worked you down until you made you quit. And all his matches was long matches. And all these dogs were supposed to go in there and beat him. Every match he won by when he was supposed to lose. Tyrone would have had to go in there and really do some damage to a dog that's smart as fuck. Remember, you just wasn't whooping those dogs. That's why they were winning. Somebody has to lose. B there was good. And Charlie was the motherfucker. Remember, Charlie was, you see what little Mayday did to Charlie. You know what I'm saying? That's what Tyrone would have had to do to him. But then the thing is, little Mayday would have had to continue doing that to stop him. Or damn it, kill him for him to pick him up. Because you know he wasn't quitting. Dogs did Charlie in that situation, they didn't have enough to finish him off. Because you could not stop him. You couldn't slow him down, they beat him up. Then you come right back and beat your ass, You just kept on beating him until you just, a lot of them just quit. He did what Satan did. He went to 4 different states and won all 4 of them. And every one of them, everybody was, he was the underdog. Him and Tyrone would have been a great match. Because Tyrone wasn't no girl. He was a killer like Jimmy.
Right.
They just had the same kind of style that would have just... It was gonna go.
Well, we knew Charlie was down as fuck.
Oh yeah, he wasn't going nowhere.
Have you ever seen Tyrone in that situation?
Right, he would have put Tyrone in a situation he probably would have never been in too. Tyrone would have to go in there and really knock him out of there, which that would have been a task in itself. Charlie was smart. He would take your face off. You know how to get on your face and chew that motherfucker up. He was strong as fuck. You know I'm saying, dog. 253 votes, 98 to 2%. Wow. That's the closest we ever got to 100%.
Numbers, like how many you think is left? That's a hard number to get.
Right, when you got 9 pages full of dogs, I mean,
That's a 10 right there.
right, I mean, you go to all the pedigrees just like that. You got guys out there that got 9, 10 pages of dogs that ain't got shit on them, but maybe a champion here and there. You know what I mean? All of them. All of them. That's why it shouldn't matter. Let one of them dogs produce a champion, then they become relevant. You know what I mean? If they don't produce shit, what's to talk about? I don't like showing people pedigrees about dogs that don't produce shit. You know, I can go through all line of dogs and pull out a lot of winners of the dogs came off of Sassy. Sassy 2 dogs who know how to produce winners. main part. We made it part right there. There you go. So the 10 years old. Y'all say there were no big dogs out there. The 2 dogs that he went into were both 4 times. You know what I'm saying? And each one in the 1 times. So that's 10 dogs right there. And then by the time got to May, we were both. Okay? Now where's the competition at? Where's the talking about? There was no competition. Yeah, they would have killed Tombstone, all that other shit they brought out there. Don't fool yourself. Everyone trying to fuck with him. See how they did Black. Everybody choke up. It sounds tough. They should have come down that knock on their door. Now you gotta get them locked up. You got 19,000 teachers why they can't lock up. You know what I'm saying? Or you don't get that phone call back.
night. Make sure my clock is right here. 1:26, man. It is 1:26 in the morning. I'm out of here. Appreciate everybody showing up. Appreciate the love. But you know what time it is. Parking light been flashed. Don't forget, we'll see y'all Hot Mic Friday. Everybody enjoy the rest of the week, and we will see you then. Stay safe. Again, peace. I'm out. Peace. Deuces.
Best to win.
Stop it, Mo. Enough of
Always.
Man, we had enough for you tonight for one night.